Alrighty guys, hope you guys are a wonderful evening so far guys. Tonight we're going to get into the Helldivers 2. There's a mega patch last night as you guys know, which we've talked about. Which we are going to discuss in depth. Good evening Isaac. Good evening guys. Hi. Wonderful. Good. We're going to see where things go here, though. Yes. Lots to cover? Well, maybe lots to cover. I don't actually know, because I haven't looked at the patch yet. Long time in the making. The game has needed one for a long time. And we finally got one here tonight. Should be quite extensive, and we'll see exactly what they've changed beyond what they've alluded to, and go from there. Yeah. Long time since you saw me, huh? It's you all hot and bothered? Look at me do circles. It's been a while since I've done circles, isn't it? Oh, counterclockwise, even better. Oh yeah, she's thrilled. Already. Looks like we have major orders already in the right side here, which are, like, looks like there's a new Yui. Help you better understand what your dailies are and what's going on in the game. Good. Engagement. I remind you of a guy from Pirate Software. I don't know why. Like, I don't look anything like him. Or sound like him. Or really even have similar qualities as him. Maybe I'm too biased to notice. Ooh. Good evening, guys. Hi. Oh, yes. Let's see what's going on tonight, guys. Oh, of course, we're going to point out the similarities between the patch notes and the BetterDivers guide. Good evening, Lane. Sob, yes, I agree. I actually have a Sob, by the way, which is kind of hilarious. I don't know, like, Sweden is kind of a small country just to have just random coincidences running into. My vibe. Like, I've watched his streams, I can't actually stand watching him. He gets too hot and bothered and then ends up on, like, kind of like a religious crusade against anyone that might have an alternate opinion than his own, while then at the same time telling that he wants to talk about something, and he doesn't. It's difficult, guys, when you get hot and bothered, when you really think about something, like when you really enjoy something. A lot of people become difficult to talk to. Putting aside ego and pride and just wanting to be right, which a lot of people just want to be right, to be perfectly honest. It's like the people that say they're having fun in the game, when having fun in the game almost always means they're just legit killing stuff. Like, they're dominating. That their fun is almost directly correlative to how good they do in a game, which it's kind of a shit place to be, because you can't always win. You can't always win. Depending on the game, you won't always be able to win. So you need to be able to enjoy a game even when you don't win. And obviously that becomes harder the harder you're getting dominated too, which is also why balance is very important. The piss yellow armor. Yeah, the golden eagle armor, guys. Yes. Oh, piss armor's gone already. Chargers actually are. Oh, we already got kids. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I can't wait. We already have people asking for nerfs. Remember when Meridia came out, guys? Day one Meridia, we had people that said they could not beat the event. It was impossible. Third try, we beat it. Third try, going in blind, I beat the Meridia event, right? The special mission. There was legit people on Reddit, multiple threads, saying it was impossible, it wasn't tuned, no one's actually able to do this, and, like, just a bunch of people going, yeah, in the comments. Like, that was it. Yeah, Reddit is a fucking terrible place when it comes to actually looking for the most part. You can take it with a grain of salt. There's some cool people. There's a lot of people that visit Reddit, but generally a pretty awful place to go if you were looking for, like, firm game advice, or, like, there's plenty of people that recommend the railgun for fighting against bots, or used to recommend the railgun for fighting for bots. We haven't played the new patch today, so maybe that's changed. Good evening, Sanjo. We haven't played the patch today, so maybe that's changed, but, yeah. You murdered black mold today. Black mold, if I remember right, is hard to get rid of. I mean, no, it's black algae. I don't know if they're the same thing. Black mold is also terrible for you, from what I remember. Ooh. Oh, we got negative review bombing for nerfs. Ooh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I can't look, guys. I can't look. Oh my god, I love it. Now we're gonna get rage quit submissions too. That's how you know it's good, is when people rage quit. Oh, that's so good. Let's see. Do we have a better place to read this, or is it just here? Just here. Okay. Overview contains a broad section of what is fixed, addressed, and added to the patch. Highlights. The highlights, Diff 10, which we talked about. The game definitely needs higher difficulty missions, and I've suggested a long time ago, and of course we added to the BetterDivers guide when I formulated this in July, because up until that point, hadn't nailed down my ideas in one spot. Challenge progression is insanely important because it allows people to try and better themselves and gain recognition for doing so, including rewards, titles, cosmetics, armor that's different and unique that you can only get by basically doing really hard stuff, so people know when they see you, like that fucker that's still running around with his pre-order helmet on, because you know people do that. They still run around with that blue helmet on because it's something unique and different no one can get anymore. It's something that actually represents something. Titles in the game as they currently stand up until this patch, which I don't know yet, titles in the game up until patch were something that were just basically grind titles. You just get a certain level, you do a DLC, and you just get it. That's it. It has no meaning in any way, shape, or form. That's why my title is still Cadet, because Cadet has nothing at all. But if we scroll down here to challenge progression, and the thing about challenge progression, and when I mentioned it as a milestone, it isn't just about adding one difficulty. There's ways they can segment difficulty and drastically increase the difficulty without making it something where each level has to be super special. You could do HP pools or damage pools per level and then tweak them a bit when they go up, and then add new enemies at certain tiers, or dialing in the number of reinforcements that they have. There's a lot of different ways you can increase difficulty. Dialing the number of reinforcements that they have, the amount of time that they have, right? That's just something very, very basic, where stuff that takes more effort to actually do is the AI itself, so tweaking the AI to be more agile, more brutal, more lethal, right, is something that you'd have to dial in and take more effort than just, which is why a lot of games, if you talk about co-op games, or you talk about RTS games, like if you're fighting against a computer, they just learn to cheat, and they just gain like modifiers to HP pools and damage pools or damage numbers. All that stuff is very easy to do, but in the case of number of levels, I said like up to even 30 right here, so eventually just separating yourself out, up to 30 levels, in which basically you have like tiers in between, in which they increase certain modifiers. If you got another good example of this, is if you play a game called Hades, which a lot of people have, right? Hades is obviously not Helldivers 2 in pretty much any way, shape, or form. Hades, however, had basically, at the end of the game, they had different ways of essentially adding, I forgot what it was called, but basically skull levels to the game, in which you could challenge yourself harder and harder by imparting negative buffs or giving buffs to the enemies to your character or to the game itself. I have not played Hades 2. I played Hades 1 for about a month and a half, a long time. I basically played it through till there was no dialogue left, it was actually a lot of fun. I'm not big into roguelikes, and I really, really enjoyed the game. It is not overhyped in any way, shape, or form. However, in the case of Hades, there's all different sorts of ways in which you can find ways of nerfing difficulty or applying difficulty modifiers to players, and you could even institute such a system in Helldivers 2 to increase the difficulty and apply further metrics to people. You can do streamer challenges, but streamer challenges are really boring because there's really no recognition for doing so, and it just limits a lot of your effectiveness in the game, which is actually fun. Like, let's say only can use 2 stratagem slots, right? If it was actually a mechanic built into the game, it would actually have more recognition, and it would actually be something that could be done better and well as a way of driving up difficulty. People would be more into it. But as it stands right now, if you just do something like no stratagems at all, it becomes very, very boring, right? Because you're unable to basically just use the stuff that makes the game fun. That being said, Hades had a lot of different modifiers that you could attach. One of them, which it actually added new boss mechanics, and I refused to turn it off after I turned it on, because it completely changed how boss battles functioned. And I forgot what it's called. I think it's called heat levels. But basically changed how fundamentally the boss battles turned out. And you could, after turning it on, it made the game a lot more fun. It was a lot more difficult, but it was actually really, really cool when doing so. And they basically added more phases to the boss fights, HP pools. They did new and unique attacks that they weren't otherwise present in earlier levels, right? There's also another way of gating difficulty. So you make it so chargers or stalkers now have a new attack when you get up to a higher level of difficulty. So it's not even adding new units, rather it's adding new attack types, right, to the units that already exist in the game. Which, the Charger, if you guys know and have played the game since launch, the Charger has had different attack lists it's went through. It's went through multiple different iterations over time. It's not been the same thing. It never even had the ground pound when the game launched. It just had a basic charge. And throughout time, they've tweaked different levels of the Charger, including the turn radius on it, how long it could actually go before it stops charging. I had one legit that did a 360 on me, that just ran past and just turned around and basically ran back. There's different ones where, depending on where it'll ground pound, there's desync animations too, which is something different, but some cases where instead of charging straight to the end and then ground pounding, it will ground pound immediately and it won't do a stop animation. I've had one that will stop prematurely in the rush, where it'll actually do it when it gets to you. We've had different ones where, and when it reaches the end of the charge, it'll actually do a quick turn and cleave, basically ground pound, only it'll turn on basically a dime. It'll turn on a dime and ground pound, which is actually very lethal, because usually you'll try to skirt around the side, and you can't always do that. They've changed the radius on the ground pound itself. Good evening, Odie. Yep, of course, we're going to go over the patch notes first. We might not even get to playing bugs, but we'll see how it goes. Depends on how much information there is to get through here. But the Chargers themselves have had multiple different iterations over time. They've continually changed and evolved. And as I mentioned, when you turn up difficulty, it's not necessarily where each level they have to add new enemies. There's multiple different ways you can insert generic increases in between, like 3 levels, and the 3rd level you have something new, right? In addition to doing things that are also very generic, like turning up the number of enemies, the frequency of respawns, or reinforcements from the enemy's perspective. In addition to things like generic damage numbers, health pools, stuff that otherwise... So even though I said 30 levels, it's not unachievable from the standpoint of it has to be... We have to add a new enemy every single level. That's not the point here. The point is to spread the spectrum out so far, where the bell curve isn't just butted up against the hardest difficulty in the game. The problem with Diff 9 was that people were so close, which we talked about in the last couple patch videos. The problem with Diff 9 was that it was so close to Diff 7 and 8, which people were already playing, they felt as though they should just be able to play it. They felt as though they were guaranteed to play it. That bell curve, where people were at the top of the bell curve, was so far to the right, it was almost next to Diff 9. And well, it was next to Diff 9. And that means that they were like one number away, and they're like, why can't I play on this number anyways, right? They felt like they're cheated, or that's something they should have just been able to do, even if they weren't able to. And the problem with Diff 10, even though we haven't played it yet, the problem with Diff 10 already is it's one number away from Diff 9, which historically over the last 2 months has been extremely easy. From my perspective, having played from day one, and Diff 9's been all different sorts of variations in terms of difficulty, and one of the problems I've actually had with the game is finding difficult games over the last couple months, which is why I got bored of it. In Diff 9, people became used to a very easy game because they made it a very easy game on the hardest difficulty in the game. As I keep posting on every single one of the threads where they try to get shit nerfed, the enemies nerfed. Every single one of the threads where they try to get enemies nerfed, there are 8 other answers to that problem, and it is not nerfing the enemy. There are 8 different marks in this slider, and they're only playing on Diff 9. And that's the biggest problem, which is what we described here. And this is something I feel as though it's important to reiterate and come back to, because even though they added one difficulty and it's going to ratchet things up and it'll probably be a lot more difficult, it is the fact that it's so close in numbers. People don't like the idea that it's so close in numbers. They're like, what's one number, right? What's the meaning of one number? Actually, just for the shits and giggles here, I think Hades is actually a really small game. It's actually 11 gigs. I got a bigger SSD now, though. Oh, I can install as many games as I want now and have them all installed whenever I want. Well, that can download in the background. Either way, maybe we'll come back to this later on. Either way, the idea being is diff 9 and diff 10 should be further apart. And the whole reason I suggested diff 30 here, or diff 20, is the fact that it's nowhere close to what people are able to play now. So if they get stuck in diff 15 or they get stuck in diff 17 or diff 20, it won't make them feel like they're one number away. It's psychological. It has nothing human behavior, psychological. It has nothing to do with the fact that, you know, the increase in difficulty between diff 9 and diff 10 could actually be pretty significant because we haven't played it yet. It could be pretty significant, and there's new enemies types, right? It's the idea that people think it's a linear level between diff 1 to 10, right? So they're like, you know, 8 to 9 is easy mode, so 8 to 9 is going to be like this, when in fact it's not linear at all. It might not be remotely linear. It might just jump up quite a bit in diff 9 to diff 10, right? But people don't like the fact that there's a number. They could have arbitrarily named diff 10 diff 13 and as a way of getting up on the scale without there being any difficulties between, and it would have been better, right? It's just the idea that even if you want to increase difficulties, that the fact that you can hit them without basically making people feel as though the number actually has meaning rather than just being something where it's, you know, one away, right? One away is basically the way people look at it. People generally are very, very basic when they start looking at relationships. Usual. But anyways, as we talked about, BetterDivers got challenge progression, which they also talked in the dev video, which they're one step away from saying challenge progression, right? They're one step away from it. We covered that though. Anyways, diff 10, new mission objectives, always important. We talked about the couple things over the last couple months here that have been very important for the game, which we talked about in, I think, 2 patch videos ago. 2? It's like 2 major patch videos ago. So like the major patches, not just small ones, major patch videos ago. So it's like 4 or 5 months ago, 5 months ago. We're talking about basically the fundamental things that they have to do to keep the game going. One of which was making sure the tiles are spruced up and changed constantly, which I talked about this very early on, which they've been doing since like the first month. They've been doing this a long time where they slightly change the layouts of the tiles to keep them fresh. They got a guy here who comes home from work or chick. And not comes home from work, goes to the office, sits down with his coffee, and then just rearranges the tile a little bit, and then all of a sudden they have a new tile that's dressed up in a different way. The assets are generally the same, but each one of the procedurally generated tiles changes, and you as a person going through the same area, relatively the same area, that means a lot, because when you recognize that, it looks slightly different and it plays out slightly different in your brain. It doesn't feel like you're playing the same game, even though you're technically playing the same game all over again, right? Very, very important. Tiles, constantly changing tiles, very, very important. Updating the balance so that you have a bunch of stuff in the game that is unusable becomes usable. There's a bunch of assets, still things are better now, but there's a bunch of assets that were in the game since launch, and those assets were basically unusable. The problem with that isn't just the fact that it's there. The problem with that is it locks in an idea. You have time and effort that your development team has spent on updating assets and improving them, the stratagems, the guns in the game. You came up with new ideas, new concepts, and you get that guy out there, and then no one's using it. So you have an idea. Not only is it something that's in the game that's not usable because it's just not even like in a spectrum of balance. Like we're talking way out there. Not even in a spectrum of balance. You have something that you add to the game. It becomes an asset that your team basically spent time on that then is just something no one uses. It also locks up that idea. If you ever want to come up with a minefield again, right? You know, you're like, oh, let's make minefields because no one's using the minefields. The minefield's already in the game. They just suck. So, you know, it locks up an idea that you otherwise spent, not just the effort for making the idea, but the idea itself is then locked into the game. And no one uses it. It's basically stasis. And the stuff that your team has spent a bunch of time on, not only is it in the game, but people will also look at it and go, huh, I really wish I could use this, but I can't. It just sits there and stares at them, right? Like we talked about the spear and the logic behind the spear and why people aren't actually using this, or like got so pissed off the spear is broken. And that's a different conversation, but it represents an idea that's just locked into the game that is an asset that is essentially not usable. And that's actually a pretty big deal because it's very easy to tweak stuff in a game. Like it's just damage, or it's just values in a spreadsheet or in a database somewhere in the lines of code in which someone just takes time to think things out. You know, a lead balancer takes time to think things out and compares and contrasts the different stuff, which we've done extensively in the BetterDivers guide. Compare and contrast different things in the game and why they make sense or why they don't. Look at numbers and why people are using it and why they aren't using it. And maybe tweak things a little bit to make them more lucrative and without actually trying to break the game, right? It's balancing is actually one of the most important things in any game in existence. The kids all say why. What's the comeback they use, guys? Oh god, it's so fucking stupid. Like, I have to actually think about it when I put it. Like, nerfing stuff in a PvE game is a trash take. It's something like that. It's basically the idea that you should never nerf things in PvE games. PvE games are fun because they're balanced. It's nothing to do with PvP or PvE. If the game's unfun, if you just have a button where you push a nuke, they're going to do it a couple times, and then they're like, haha, this was so much fun. You know, and then they'll just stop playing the game. Because as it turns out, pushing a button, even if it makes a big explosion, is only fun for so long before, you know, they want mechanics. And the game has to fight back against the player, even if it's PvE. There has to be some threat that you're actually doing something, so it just doesn't turn into a mind-off gotcha game. Although arguably that's where PoE and Diablo kind of go, is just it turns into gotchas where you can't die anymore. I don't know enough about PoE or Diablo, so there's probably some people like, no, you can eventually die sort of shit, but like, it legit turns into one of the things where you don't really even need to think about what you're playing. The majority of the fun from the game is getting the gotchas, so you pop the loot demon, you get a bunch of shit on the ground, which gives you your dopamine, and then building the character, right? And that's pretty much it. But even in that case, like, balance actually matters if you want to take the game seriously, and if you want to use stuff or have stuff in the game that's actually usable state, right? Balance matters a lot. Adding new enemies is very, very important, which they've started doing, and they started doing even more when we talked about this last 2 patch videos. Adding new enemies, not just gunships and shrikes and the Dagu. Those things were kind of unique when they launched because you only occasionally encountered them. They eventually added them to patrols, which was an easy go-to for making another interactable item enemy that you wouldn't otherwise see normally, because otherwise they'd only have to have a gunship factory, they'd have to have strike nest, right? But generally in each, what I mean by new enemies isn't just a boss type. All the boss types are cool, like Bile Titan or Charger's like a mini-boss, right? New enemy types are very cool. You need to have new enemies in the day-to-day occurrence, which is bug holes and bot drops. And they eventually did add the Dagus to bot drops, right? But initially when they launched, they didn't. They weren't there. And even though you have this really cool unit that they took time to actually make, and arguably is a pretty cool interaction, it just wouldn't happen until they basically added it to the bot drops. Or with the shrikes and the gunships, because those would only come with the factories or the shrike nests, right? So they made it so you could actually interact with them. But the stuff that comes in on more frequent occurrence, but the stuff that comes out of the bug holes, the stuff that comes out of dropships is stuff you basically see on a day-to-day. It's basically all the fucking time. And that's very important to making a game feel more alive, more interesting. Feels though the enemies are fighting back and changing, which this is supposed to be a live service, so we can expect that sort of thing right over time. They need to have new units or even new attack types, which would also go into challenge progression. New attack types that you then see, although arguably, like I mentioned with the Charger, they've been tweaking those for a long time. So they have existed in the game. There's a Joel back there sitting there, like fiddling with his fidget spinner, trying to figure out how to best kill Helldivers, right? It actually really, really matters. And they just don't really tell you about it. All this stuff changes. Everyone looks for patch notes on when they change stuff, but it's not actually, it's not necessarily something that is very noticeable for most people, but you can make a bigger deal out of it, like if you had another level where you go up 3 levels and then all of a sudden there's a new attack type for the Charger that makes him more lethal that you now have to watch out for. It's a new boss mechanic. It's a new way of units actually approaching you. So there's multiple different ways that you can add new units, and it's not particularly just adding a boss unit. All the boss units are cool, and we have the Aardvark now, or I don't even know what the name is. I don't know what the name of it is. And there's also the explosive Bile Titan Charger from what it looks like. But yeah, stuff like that's very cool. What was the 4th one? New tiles, balance, new units, new races is a big one, which they've been working on for a while. The Luminate, right? But they teased that. We talked about this before. They've teased the Luminate since March. Heavily teased it. Remember when there's clips popping up of people getting shot by blue lasers and railguns and shit like that? Yeah, they were teasing them super hard, and then right around March they just pumped the brakes on that and put it back in the oven. So I'm not exactly sure what that means. It probably means they were not very well done at all. They needed more effort to make them actually seem different and unique. So then they basically took another 4 months It took another 4 months on them to bring them up to probably where they are now. Maybe we'll see them in this month, or maybe we'll see them in September. I mentioned before that I thought they were going to release them with the last mega patch, and that was a month and a half ago. That didn't happen. Then they went on their summer break, and then I thought that they might actually consider releasing them this month, close to the when they did the patch here, because it's having a double whammy or triple whammy is more important than actually just like releasing one thing, because it gets more people excited about what the content's coming out, right? But I guess in this one they have new units, which is important, right? But the Illuminate having a new race you can fight against, having a new front, and new different interactions. Once again, new units, right? New interactions is actually very, very important. People are like, yeah, just throw in the Illuminate now, but they weren't always saying that. It's pretty obvious pretty early on. There's like people that were saying, like it's occasionally, like I remember having this argument with this guy on Twitter like a month or 2 months ago where he was digressing about the fact that when the bots were pushed out, they didn't just disappear. And I was like, bro, do you want to fight against one race? Like, you think they're actually going to kill off one of the major factions? Like a month after launch. I think it was a month after launch, actually. A month after launch, you think they're going to kill off one of the major factions and they're never going to come back again? Yeah, like it just... Would you only want to fight against bugs? I don't think so. Everyone gets bored and they want to try something different, right? Having new enemies is actually very, very important to the game. And of course, they can adjust how often you interact with them, and major orders, regardless of them being major orders, are manufactured by their company, and they can take into account interests of their, people playing their game, right? Because as it stands right now, we wouldn't be able to complete any orders if they had the same severity as they did when there's 440,000 people playing the game, right? So at the very least, you can tell that it's tailored to the amount of people playing the game and what's happening in the game, regardless of whether or not people like the faction or they don't. It doesn't really even matter. People are just like to throw up in their arms about major orders for the bots because no one from bugs are playing them or whatever. If people aren't having fun, they just aren't going to play them. It's not a job. This game isn't a job, as it turns out. It is if you stream it, but for me, it's generally not. Yeah. What does live service mean? Live service is a game that's continually in development. It's a generic. I used to call it video game development 2.0, and then someone turned it and called it live service. Like 5 years ago or something like that. League of Legends is live service. It's games that are constantly developed over time. So technically you could say even like games with continued development are actually just live services, even if they don't call them live services. So I believe there's sometimes a microtransaction component to it or a battle pass component to it, but it doesn't need to be. It's kind of just a colloquial term for a continued development of a game itself for a long period of time. Leading in another 10 difficulties and to make it at least the highest 3 difficulties result in a failure. Yeah, so when I talked about 30 levels, I said like even like the top 5 you wouldn't even be able to complete like at all. Like you just couldn't do them. You just have to have this unreachable gap. As I literally described this in the challenge progression. You have to have an unreachable gap in which people, like a soft cap, in which you realize you can't get higher than it. You could possibly do it with maybe some luck and things work out perfectly for you, but it reaches a point where it's this threshold that you just can't really get past. It's the idea that people are going to continue to bash their head against it and try to do things better, and the very fact that the missions not only... There's a lot of indicators you can look at, guys, for how easy the game is. One of which is the number of reinforcements that are left when the mission ends. The other one is the amount of the map is clear, not just the main objective, but how much of the map is actually cleared itself. And then the severity of what's happening and the Helldivers having to actually decide to extract early, right? So, like, if people legit just you're like, yeah, no, whatever, let's just leave, and there's nothing actually stopping them, like, they just leave anyways. There needs to be some sort of, as we talked about before, about some sort of pressure that's constantly applied to players so that it actually makes them feel as though they're fighting something that actually matters in the game, right? They're fighting against something that's living and breathing, and you don't always get to make the right choice, right? And there sometimes doesn't happen. I'm not just talking about killing Helldivers. Joel likes sometimes just randomly killing Helldivers for shits and giggles. We talked before about people don't realize it, but bots used to be very, very different than they are now, where you just get one tapped out of nowhere. Sometimes they still do that. But my favorite example, by the way, is the cannon turrets that used to be on every single one of those square towers. Every single one used to have a cannon turret that just weren't active. Every single one of those towers had a cannon turret when the game first came out. Almost all of them were not active, but occasionally they become active, and when they do, they just snipe you from across the map. And I never was able to figure it out. That's why I always joked about Joel sitting over there manually controlling the cannon turret with one hand in his cheese doodles from Sweden, just blowing off some steam, right? Because just out of nowhere, you'd be like, and they used to one-shot you too. you'd be fighting as boss, like trying to take cover, and then you just get sniped from across the map, and there was legit nothing you could do about it. That's not really fun. This one-shot kills should 100% be telegraphed. They should be something that you know is coming, and you have a chance to avoid it. And even now, you can kind of tell when they're looking at you, but they don't one-shot you anymore, right? Bile Titans, for instance, will generally one-tap you if you're not careful with them, right? But learning how to deal with their mechanics and how to get around the side of them was a very important learning step for most people, right? It's getting around the mechanics and learning to deal with them so you can actually, become better at the game. Very, very important thing. But when bots will just snipe you out of nowhere and you just fall over dead, there's no learning. There's no way to try and dodge it that it could have survived if it did something different. You just die, and that's not fun in-game, right? It's not fun. League must be the most successful live game service. I think Fortnite is. I don't think Fortnite has. They aren't publicly traded, so they don't have to give the people their revenue numbers. So that's a tough one to figure out, though. Pretty sure it's Fortnite. Well, League of Legends has been around a really, really long time, and there's a lot of people that play it. Fortnite, in my opinion, has Roblox. I think it's actually Roblox, guys. Oh, yeah, I think Roblox is actually the most successful live game service. They have a shitload of people that play it, and they have like monetization actually built into the game itself. So it might be Roblox. It might also be Fortnite. I don't know which it is. I forget about it because it's basically like a kids game sort of thing. But yeah, Roblox is actually a pretty big juggernaut. Minecraft is too, but Minecraft isn't really a live service at all. Even though mods are the modding community for Minecraft is huge, but it's not really a live service. Anyways, getting distracted here. So as we talked about 4 things we talked about months ago, which they're already doing and they've been adding to the game, all very important. The Lumina is a big one, and I hope it comes out this month, but it might not be. This should have been something probably this. Well, maybe this week's pretty big, but if they dropped it a long time with the War Bond, a mega patch, and the Lumina, it would have been a pretty big one. So maybe it's next month. I don't know, or maybe it's next week. Either way, getting people back in their seats and getting them interested in the game is very important. You have to have like multiple steps to do that, right? And even if it's just like you have to have a lull in between, which I guess was the Swedish summer. So like last time they released the mega patch, we were talking about, we were discussing how the sentiment surrounding the Sony controversy and how it impacted basically their bottom line. Good evening, Happy. It impacted their bottom line. And basically the interpretation where people just were not happy with the game. It didn't matter what they were given. It's like having kids crying. Sometimes they just end up having a tantrum and there's almost nothing you can do about it, right? It's just the way things go. And you just have to basically give them space, give them time to unwind and mentally and emotionally unpack things and then come back fighting stronger. This is what we have right here. Although it was a long month and a half. It was a long month and a half with very little content in it. At the end of the day, it makes people hungrier when stuff actually comes out and expectations bottom out, and you don't really, it's not really the same thing as it was before. I mentioned about this also as well, dealing with, changing the engine too. Changing out the engine for a different one so they could redo it in a different game, which is a monumental undertaking, which we've talked about quite extensively. We haven't added to the BetterDivers guide because I've been putting it off. I've been enjoying playing Rivals, and last night was actually pretty good. What's it called? Mecha Break was actually a pretty cool game. It's very generic right now, very one-sided, I would say, in terms of how it plays out. There's basically 4 units in the game, which is a sniper, a guy that turtles, a melee guy, and then there's the fighter jet guys, right? The fighters, and that's basically it. And they all kind of play out the same way, and makes the game kind of boring, but. In the future, maybe a year down the line, it actually be pretty cool, is my guess. But anyways, yeah, Illuminate's going to be a big one whenever that's added. Well, lost my train of thought after I started talking about the that's like Mecha Break. I was like, oh, Mecha Break. I kind of wanted to play that sort of again. Fun game. That being said, we're playing Helldivers 2 tonight. Unfortunately, we're playing Helldivers 2 tonight. They add a new biome, which is good. Once again, new areas, new locations. We also talked about new environments, and not in the same way where they just changed the color palette, which they already did with Dagobah. Actually, new swamp world. I don't know exactly what this means, because Dagobah's already in the game, right? The swamp biome's already in the game. Are they just reiterating that the swamp biome exists? Might be a slightly tweaked version of the Dagobah biome, like Dagobah 1.2 or something. Also very important. We talked about, like, you know, you could biomes. We had this discussion the last time the patch came with the last mega patch. Biomes are something where the Earth itself has biomes, and they're very unique and different from each other. So at the very least, if you're looking for inspiration for a game, you can literally look at the biomes for Earth. And if you want to take that a step further, you can look at different games like Minecraft, or for inspiration, Minecraft or Starfield. Starfield. Even though you might poo-poo on an idea, Starfield or No Man's Sky, basically where things are very different. It's not just a color palette change. And in the case of Helldivers 2, you know, people want things like jungle, right? So, or you could have a biome with verticality in it too. So multiple stages up different levels too, right? Floating islands sort of shit. Or you can have a river biome that actually has moving water on it as opposed to just the puddles of water that exist currently, or a volcano planet. A lot becomes much cooler with predator vision, which we talked about before, because it allows you to basically have a visually normal looking, an abnormal looking biome. So something, yeah, we live on Earth and we're developed on Earth, and that means we have to have basically, like, you have to see stuff normally, right? They've already tried tweaking that so much where you lose line of sight. Because you can't see the enemies that are shooting at you because you don't have the tools to do so. Predator vision would allow you to switch between thermal and EMI and maybe movement-based vision, all to allow you to deal with not only environments that you're on that may be inhospitable to the way that you see things, and this is different than the HUD idea that Piltz came up with, which it gives you different HUD elements for different helmets you're wearing. Different vision modes, which you could then unlock, would then allow you to cycle through them on a, just like, it's not supposed to be, you aren't supposed to have a vision mode that's just better than everything else. But depending on the situation and maybe the enemies that you're fighting and where you're located, you might want to swap to a different vision mode to allow you a leg up on what you're looking for, right? So you don't get fucked by it. There's all different sorts of cool ways that they could implement it. It's one of the Better Diver Guides entries. $29. But it's more than just heads-up elements. It allows you to basically cycle. If you've ever seen the Predator movies, it allows you to cycle through the vision to find one that's applicable to the environment for hunting prey, right? Predator has some very cool vision modes that you go through. Let's see. Moving on. Swamp World, social menu fixes. So, the friends list issues that people are having that I never experienced because I don't have any friends. Balance work, miscellaneous fixes. Alright. Moving on. New extreme difficulty level design for the most experienced and skilled Helldivers, featuring formidable new enemies and intense challenges. New mission objective. 2 new secondary objectives will soon active on the planet near you. Faction-specific optional objectives will have you salting automaton human processing plants to destroy their evil bioprocessor, and venture deep into the terminated territory, and extract with living larva sample. The bugs will be able to will do anything to get back. So, escort the VIP is what that sounds like for the bug extraction, and then another version of, you kind of have this already where we have drilling, the nuke the nursery missions, right? These are also very, very important to keeping games active as new game modes, right? Which we also talked about in the last mega patch, and maybe the one before it. Might be the last 2 mega patches, which are on YouTube. Very important to have objectives, new game modes, because obviously they get old. Raise the Flag actually was retired. I'm not exactly sure why they retired Raise the Flag, but they did. Maybe it's they're trying to raise it better. I'm not exactly sure why, but it disappeared with, after Meridia. They added Nuke the Nursery and removed Raise the Flag. Bigger enemy outposts. We talked about this as well. It was very important. Because they constantly, like we talked about, they constantly add new tiles, right? They rearrange the tiles, and they'll even sometimes add completely new layouts for the tiles, but it's usually small and medium. But the large ones have been relatively unchecked or unaltered for the most part, and since the launch of the game. They've added like slightly new variants of heavy nests and heavy fabricators outposts, but those are actually I don't know if they had a new fabricator ones, but prior to the mega patch. Prior to the new patch, I don't think they really added it. I remember the multi-stage. They added that at one point where there's the heavy nest with the two bug holes that are lopsided on each other. I remember they added that like 2 months ago or so. But for the most part, the large nests, even though they're basically a feature of the maps, aren't something that really have changed for the most part. And they've just kind of been there. They're just something you do, right? And I mentioned as right here, and we've talked about, by the way, when I've added stuff to the BetterDivers guide, that's not necessarily the date of inception. This is like now when I conception? It's not the date of conception, but it's when we added it to the BetterDivers guide. Because all the stuff here, almost all the stuff on here is stuff we talked about over the last 5 months. However, it wasn't always in 6 months. It wasn't always in one place. So the whole reason we did the BetterDivers guide is to get everything in one spot, which took me a while to do. Then I can reference it and talk about it extensively. But anyways, suggested tweaking the nests and adding new ones, or just different variants in which you actually have like a small objective, not necessarily something where you just blow up the fabricator and you just blow up the nest, but you go and push the buttons, you turn the dial. Jungle Gym, Activity Fort, stuff like that. You already do this with the main objectives for the most part, but it's not really incorporated into large nests. So we mentioned this as well, being something where it's more active. I compared it to like a large termite mound, being something that'd be pretty cool where you can't blow it up normally and you have to go inside and insult it in order to blow it up, right? And plant a charge or something and blow it up, defend and blow it up. There's a lot of different ways you can do that, but the idea is that when you have a major interaction like the large nest or a large fabricator base, you have to be able to actually, it's a way of expressing yourself in the game and actually, like doing something and to do. It's a to do in the game itself, which they did. Bigger enemy outposts, assault terminated strongholds, automaton fortresses, and new difficulty super Helldive. Challenge will be great, but the reward will be even greater. Search the conquered outposts thoroughly. Confidential data, make the extract with it. May liberty guide your path. New bugs and bots. New enhanced threats to freedom. Formatting issue, Reddit. New enhanced threats to freedom emerge. Guess who's back to bug you again? The Aardvark, also known as Impaler, returns burrowing its head on the ground, popping tentacles out of the ground, catch you off guard. Watch out for the lethal limbs, but don't miss the weak spot when it digs in. We saw these all in the preview, which we covered as well. Prepare for the formidable foe. The rocket tank rolls out, which is basically an MLRS, which is essentially just a tank with a bunch of rockets on it, right? Real-life rocket artillery, if you guys are curious about that. Rocket tank rolls into heavy armor, devastating firepower, reinforced scout strider. Now, which is the scout only has a back on it, so you can't go shoot. You can't go shoot the. They learned, guys, so you can't go shoot the robot out of the back of it. Yeah. Fortified boasts 2 rockets on each side, armed grain firepower. Spore Charger fearlessly invades the thick acidic fog, accompanied by Alpha Commander. Watch out for its friends. Alpha Commander is a big Broodlord. That's, I guess, a bigger Broodlord. The Brood Commander, also I call them big heads, aren't really even, they aren't really super difficult to deal with. When you use a plasma grenade launcher, they technically are. But the big heads, the problem isn't necessarily, they take a significant amount of shots to kill. And if you get a bunch of them, the problem is when they spawn the smaller brown guys, right? The 2 small brown guys. So if you get big heads and you get a group of 4 big heads that then spawn 2 small brown guys apiece, you end up with a significant amount of meat in front of you that you have to basically kill. It's actually very, very difficult to, well, not very difficult to deal with. It's a very time-consuming process to kill all the units, at which you have to deal with other units that are along for the ride as well, right? So it can actually... It can actually snowball into a bigger event than you were expecting if you just saw a couple of Brood Commanders walking around. So my guess is Alpha Commander's a play on this, which we saw as well in the preview. Spore Charger will be interesting, whether or not it explodes or not. New Swamp Planet. Prepare to dive down into eerie, foggy, the Swamp Planet. Keep you on, not take hold. So I don't know if this is Dagobah or if this is like a version of Dagobah, which I just mentioned. It doesn't really stay here. Dagobah was Gakrux, right? And then there's 2 other ones. X45, I think, was on the bot side, and then there's another one on the bug side, way on the left side. I don't know if it's still there now, but there's basically 3 variants of the Swamp Planet that already exist, Gakrux being the biggest one, which had initial issues with It had initial issues with performance, although they kind of smoothed it out. They had a lot of physics events. Wherever you shot the trees would explode and cause physics spikes because all of them. When the game, like when Crooks first came out, when Dagobah Biome first came out, you could drop like a cluster bomb and it would like mow the trees, and it would just be an absolute boatload of FPS spikes. Basically, because it's like the physics. Physics collisions and being calculated in the background led to a huge amount of spiking, CPU time more so than frame time, which obviously is related to frame time, but it caused a huge amount of spiking and would drive down your performance drastically. Last time we played, they definitely nerfed down the physics events in Dagobah, where each one of the trees only like explodes once, instead of having like the limb that falls off then falls into like 5 pieces or something like that, and then like having the whole place coated. They toned down the number of trees. They made it more, the number of trees that could actually turn into physics objects was reduced, and then they also made it so that the number of pieces that the tree itself could fall into was reduced as well. So there's multiple different iterations on it. It also, the planet itself seemed to have some sort of performance issue with it in general, even putting aside the physics collisions with the trees. But yeah, that one, I don't know if this is the same one or if this is something different. That was basically technically a swamp biome, so maybe they're just trying to alert people that it exists now, even though it's been in the game for like a month. I think it was like Meridia. It's around Meridia, like a month and a half it's been in the game for, so this isn't anything really new. But it might be something different. New environmental hazards: acid storm. Temporary lowers armors the enemies and player. Make use of stay on your high alert for Helldivers, so temporary reduction to your armor. It'll be pretty interesting to see how this functions in the game itself. Whether or not it just makes you just get one shot. Looks like they're tweaking the primaries. We still have not discussed. I'm waiting to add an entry because it's going to be a very long one. We still have not discussed mainly primaries on the BetterDivers guide, because I have in the past, by the way. Because I've been saving it for a while. Just waiting for Joel to get hot and bothered, waiting for the info to come in so he can steal it for his betterment. So he can learn from it. But that's going to be a long entry as well, and they haven't really touched the primaries in a long time, for instance, since like 2 mega patches ago was the big one, right? Let's see, Slugger, increased stagger force, increased spread, increased drag, so probably making it so, I mean, this basically makes it a lot like the Punisher. A lot of these guns they're very much like each other, aren't they? Increased drag, I believe this means the projectors are slower, or maybe it actually has higher damage fall off. Either way, the Slugger has kind of been inferior for the Dominator in a while. For a while now. So, probably not going to check it out, but maybe it'll be something interesting. Breaker Incendiary, decrease the number of magazines from 6 to 4. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Breaker Incendiary, guys. We've talked about the Breaker Incendiary before. I found it hilarious that everyone was using it. Putting aside this right here, putting aside the nerf here, I found it hilarious that people were using the Breaker Incendiary. It's been almost 4 months since the last, like, not the last mega patch, but the one before it, that you've been able to use a lot of different weapons. You've been able to use Adjudicator, the Tenderizer, not what I've been using, Adjudicator, Tenderizer, Plasma Grenade Launcher, and then of course there's other things too. If you want to use a different weapon, you could use the Dominator and use the Micro Pistol, for instance, as well, along with them. The Plasma Scorcher, there's a lot of things, an absolute boatload of things that work against bugs. The Incendiary Breaker, which I've used plenty, which I don't use because it's just kind of boring and everyone uses it, isn't really that much better. It is only good if you paint with it. You have to hit a bunch of units at once to get the dot rolling on them in order to actually make use of it. And a lot of people use it just like a Breaker, only it's inferior to the Breaker when it comes to single target DPS. It's only when you use it to paint multiple mobs that it becomes better. And it's not that much better. I still understand why the Incendiary Breaker is meta. There's like, the bots have very specific stuff you can only use against them. Bugs have a lot of things you can use against them. But for some strange reason, the Breaker Incendiary is something you almost exclusively see, like, constantly used against bugs, and I still don't understand why. It's like someone put it on their tier list somewhere, or maybe some big streamer was using it, and then it just became ingrained in the community. I said, I mentioned this, they didn't need to nerf it, but I mentioned, the last couple times, like when we were talking about the, prior to me switching off to Marvel Rivals, when we were talking about the preview for Helldivers 2, when we're talking about the leak for the new war bond. As I mentioned, and I didn't think they needed to nerf it, but I said it would actually be interesting to see what would happen if they turned it off. They didn't need to nerf it, just made it unavailable for like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, and forced people to use other weapons just to see that there were other things out there. They didn't need to nerf it, right? They didn't need to nerf it. Because honestly, in my personal opinion, the Incinerbreaker was not that good. It was only good if you paint with it, and it wasn't so good where it felt like I had to use it. It wasn't that great. I used a Ruptor. I used a Ruptor until they nerfed the shit out of that because that gun was broken as shit. The Incinerbreaker was not that broken. So, like I mentioned, it wasn't even something... People are kind of their own worst enemy, which we talk about, like with the case of suggesting MMR in the BetterDivers guide as a potential double-edged sword fix to the whole I have to play at the highest difficulty even though I'm incapable of doing so. People are kind of their own worst enemy, and I suggested that they should actually just disable the weapon and say it is in maintenance for the time being, and force people to use other weapons so they can actually figure out what works. Because it's not that good. You don't need to use it against bugs. I haven't used it for months. For months! You guys see me use a plasma grenade launcher. Arguably it's worse. It's one of the worst, not worst weapons, but it isn't really a really good weapon to use bugs because they get close to you and then you start hurting yourself a lot. But you can actually make it work, right? So even I am using the plasma grenade launcher. And you don't need to use it. I've used the Adjudicator, I've used Tenderizer, which are both unique in their own way, because you can limb with the Tenderizer, and the Adjudicator's more DACA, so you can shoot off the big heads, right? It's actually pretty cool. They did not need to nerf the Incinerbreaker, although we haven't actually looked through the whole thing yet. They didn't need to nerf the Incinerbreaker. They just needed to make people figure out there's other things there. So once again, like making it in maintenance mode for like 2 weeks just to get people to try other things would actually have worked out quite well. It's one of the things that suggested they didn't need to nerf it. But they did. So, decrease the number of magazines from 6 to 4, increase recoil from 28 to 41. Oh my god, they nerfed my grenade pistol, you fuck! You fuck, it's because I said it's one of the few things I would never switch off the grenade pistol. Fuck you, Joel. You had to go after my grenade pistol. Like, because I use it to close bug holes? Come on. Come on, man. It's because he saw me speedrun those large nests over and over again. He's like, yeah, no, he shouldn't be able to do that. Fuck you, Joel. Like, it's not... The grenade pistol wasn't even that good. It's just very utilitarian, in my opinion. It's useful for niche scenarios, right? Let's see. Anyways, they nerfed Incinerbreaker. I didn't think they needed to do this, right? I think others have different opinion than you, where they see it as way better. They do. That's part of the problem. Is there is, like I said, there's some sort of public conception that was instilled in people by an influencer. My guess is an influencer of some kind. Which, to be perfectly honest, influencers influence a lot nowadays. And we've talked about the whole Zeitgeist of gaming and how people used to kind of try and figure things out on their own. And even though they defer to someone that basically is more knowledgeable to them, nowadays it's watching a tier list, watching something on TikTok, thinking they have all the best information, right? It is about the groupthink, the herd mentality, where people just kind of go to a single point and they're like, oh, it has to be this. Even prior to Helldivers 2, in Overwatch, I talked about this as well. In Overwatch, there were units and characters that people just never played, and they became meta after a big streamer played them, and they just weren't used. Just they're there. They didn't change. They weren't nerfed or buffed. They just happened to be something that a big streamer started using, and then more people started using them too. You remember last night, guys? This is kind of an interesting story. So, Mecha Break, the game I played last night, right, with the cool mechs flying around and shit like that, and sniper mechs and turtle mechs, cool mech game. Anyways, I was playing it last night, and prior to playing it last night, because I watched it for like the last 2 days prior to me playing it, basically a bunch of people playing turtle mechs and snipers and shit like that. So last night I was playing it. We played it for about 4 hours on stream, right? And I played Starbreaker, I think it's Skybreaker, right? The flying mech. Up until that point, when I was watching other people's streams, they were not playing in the game. No one was playing Skybreaker. It was just there. The people were playing Falcon on occasion, which was kind of a shitty flying guy, which we still haven't played yet, by the way, and it could actually be as good. Anyways, this guy, like, he was just one of the mechs that exists in the game, and when I watched other streamers play it, then like there's no one flying around, or if it was flying around, it was Falcon, right? No one was playing it. We played for 4 hours yesterday, and I was watching someone else's stream earlier today, like, to stay away from Helldivers 2 content. I was watching someone's Helldivers 2, Mecha Break stream, and there were sky breaks in pretty much every single game. After we played it basically last night and did well with it, we basically topped the charts for the most part. There were some occasions where we didn't. Basically never got MVP though, but topped the charts in terms of damage and occasionally single target damage. And today, when I was watching a streamer play Mecha Break, I was watching her play for like a couple hours. It was almost every single game had a Skybreaker in it, which, once again, prior to those 2 days did not exist. And it's just a lot to do with, even in Helldivers 2, it has a lot to do with people seeing someone do well with it, and then basically trying to replicate what they're doing, and then, you know, maybe deciding for themselves. But when it comes to influencers, oftentimes it's just people just do what's on a tier list, and they expect, it's like having the answers to a question, right? It's like already having the answer to something that you wanted to ask, but no one was, you know, you just do it, and then you don't have to think about it. It becomes very easy. In the case here, I don't think they needed to nerf the Incinerbreaker, but they just had to make it so people had to figure something else out. And there's a lot of different stuff that you can use in the game against bugs. And Incinerbreaker doesn't even work against bots for the most part. There's a lot of different things you could use against bugs, and people just didn't try other things, right? So if they turned it off for 2 weeks, even if they reverted it, which they didn't need to do this once again, if they just turned it back on in 2 weeks from now, people would have a different understanding of how the game plays out. Even the weekend warriors would have to play something else, right? So they don't even need to completely nerf it. They just need to make people try something else, because they were so enamored with the idea of what the Incinerbreaker was that they weren't willing to try something else. And I don't even think it would, like, it wouldn't hurt things. I think the nerf would hurt things more in terms of the fallout from it, as opposed to just disabling it for the time being. Simply to allow other, you know, like it's in maintenance mode, or we're in short supply of Incinerbreaker rounds, and that's just the way it is now. You have to use something else, right? People will figure something else out. You can make a lore reason for it, RP reason for it, or whatever. But they didn't need to nerf the Incinerbreaker, and I still don't think they need to nerf the Incinerbreaker, because I don't think it's that powerful, once again. But people couldn't figure it out on their own, so I guess they got a nerf, which will definitely deter people from using it. And I don't know, how like nerfed it is now. Like, we're almost always just getting top kills while playing against bugs, so I don't know. Okay, grenade pistol, guys. My favorite, my fantastic sidearm, the grenade pistol, has received a nerf, which is reduced ammo capacity from 8 to 6. Yeah, I don't think it needed a nerf, because it doesn't really do much damage. It's just very, very, very utilitarian. However, they increased the number of rounds replenished from ammo box from 2 to 4. I believe this is a resupply crate. So the biggest problem, which we've talked about here, and it's actually in the BetterDivers guide down here at the bottom, was you basically, when you consume a supply box, or not a supply box, an ammo box, it only gives you 1 round. So this is down here in small tweaks under grenade pistol ammo. 2 times rounds from ground loot instead of 1 time to avoid having to suck up a substantial amount of supplies. Also able to refill all grenade pistol rounds from grenade case. So you could just pick up a grenade case and it gives you all the rounds for the grenade pistol, because grenade cases tend to be more rare than ammo boxes are. It wasn't really the resupply cases, so this, my guess, is they only address the resupply cases out of a drop box, which also is arguably pretty important. It's the ammo boxes on the ground where each one only gives you 1 round for the grenade pistol. So I don't know if they did that for both, or if it's only the resupply case from the resupply cooldown, right? Or if this is also including ground loot. The ground loot's a really, really important one, because otherwise you just go through and eat all the little green boxes, right? Because you get 1 round from each of them. So I guess kind of they wanted to do a give or take here. I don't think they need to reduce the number of ammo capacity. Once again, the real benefit, like, people aren't just running around just spamming grenade pistol rounds because it does so much damage. It's only really ever used for utility of closing holes. I use it as an opener sometimes, but closing bug holes, fabricators. Otherwise, it's never really been about the damage they do. So I don't really think it needed a nerf. It needed a buff in terms of damage as a quality of life change, in my opinion, not damage. And rounds that you get back, simply because so you don't consume all the ground loot. Because just running around and picking up little boxes, green boxes, means that, you know, other people that may need ammo can't do that. So, partially a fix here. So you don't get 4 rounds from. You never got 2 rounds from the ground loot, so this is why I think it's only the resupply pods. You never got 2 rounds from the ground loot in the first place. It's only from the resupply crate. So, slight nerf to the grenade pistol. I think I'd actually rather have had the old grenade pistol. I'd rather have the 8 rounds than I would actually getting more rounds back from the ground. Like I said, it was just a quality of life change. And I guess they felt as though people had too many rounds for the grenade pistol. Maybe it was just me. Let's see. Exploding crossbow is now one-handed, so this means you can use it with a shield, and you can also fire it while running away. This is actually kind of a cool tweak. One-handed weapons tend to be very scarce. Pistols are one-handed, obviously. But this allows you to do some things you couldn't otherwise do. So exploding crossbow means you could run away and fire it over your shoulder while using it. Exploding crossbow, guard dog. So this is the AR dog, the really, really shit one. Increase the number of magazines from 6 to 8. The problem with the guard dog is it literally runs out of ammo in about 45 seconds. So if, I don't know how many magazines it had to begin with. So if we do 45 seconds divided by, like, what, 6? It'll now last for about, half. So, a little bit better. I don't think that's going to fix all the problems with the guard dog. Guard dog itself it fights too much with the laze dog. I think they tried to improve the guard dog by shitting on the laze dog, which the mega nerf. Last patch where they nerfed the DPS of the guard dog by like 30%. It wasn't just DPS. They also nerfed the AI of the guard dog, where it doesn't fire as frequently, it doesn't fire for as long, and the target acquisition is very slow. But there's really no other choice. The game itself only has a couple options for backpacks, putting aside backpack weapons themselves. There's an offense pack, there's a defense pack, and there's a utility such as supply pack, right? And that's it. And of the offense packs, it's only the AR dog or the guard dog, and the AR dog sucks, right? The laze dog or the guard dog? The AR dog. The AR dog sucks, so you only end up using the laze dog, and that's pretty much it. There's only really like 3 options here, and the shield pack has also been very, very powerful for a long time. And the only reason that no one uses it, it's not because it is bad. The only reason people don't use it is because it's too easy to play the game. I had a long time where I just took the shield pack against bugs for like a month straight because they were so bad that I couldn't deal with it without the shield pack. I no longer need to do that. So, like, the shield pack itself isn't bad. It's just the fact that no one takes it anymore. So it's not really even it's not even on anyone's radar. And it's, once again, not because it's bad. It's actually very, very powerful. I even suggested nerfs to it. Nerfs along with buffs to it and basically like side changes, I guess you could say, where it's give and take, depending on what you're talking about. I wonder if they didn't nerf it because they're adding a bunch of flame weapons in the new war bond. What do you mean? You mean you wonder if they did nerf the Incinerbreaker? Because there's new flame weapons? There's actually a couple different things in the new Warbond. Obviously, there's 3 different flamethrowers, I believe. There's a flame pistol and 2 flame primaries, I think, as well. Let's see. Scrolling down here, walking barrage, increase the number of salvos from 3 to 5, decrease movement speed by 40%. So, this was actually in the BetterDivers guide. This is pretty close to what I suggested, but not quite there. The walking dog is like a zipper. The walking barrage is like a zipper. It goes like this in a line, right? The problem with the walking dog, however, is the amount of time it takes to fire off the salvos and the amount of time between each salvo. So what I suggested in the BetterDivers guide was that they should increase basically the speed at which it fires by about doubling it, and tightening it so it gets it closer together, and doubling the speed so it goes dun 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 dun, and then it's done, right? The problem with the walking barrage is by the time it starts firing the next salvo, the units have basically already moved and it doesn't really do much of anything. So unless they compressed it where it takes the same amount of time, only fires more rounds or more salvos, it's going to still end up with kind of the same scenario. Decreased movement speed by 40% means it's going to, instead of being like this, is going to be a more tighter spread. So like the zipper will be more compressed like this, is my guess by the walking speed. So the amount it moves forward will be less, and as such the zipper will compress further down, which means it'll be more likely to take out the stuff that is in the way of it. But when you're talking about moving units, you're going to still end up in roughly the same problem, which is it doesn't fire off fast enough to get the next units along the line. It depends on how the 3 to 5 shots is done. My guess is they just increased the number of salvos, but they didn't decrease the firing time, so it's still going to be very slow. And that gives enemies time to basically either die or just move out of the way. So I don't think that's really going to change much of anything. It'll be more destructive and more useful against static objects such as bases, which we're already starting to use it. I was playing around with it prior to quitting or taking a hiatus from Helldivers 2 to play Rivals. I was playing around with the walking barrage prior to doing it, and it seems like it's kind of alright at taking out like static bases. You could still use a laser or 120 or 380. So like all these are kind of really just bad options as it turns out. And the walking barrage, as I mentioned before, needed buffs, and as mentioned, I think increasing the speed at which the zipper goes down, it didn't even increase the damage it does, but just the speed it goes across the zipper would have actually drastically helped with it. I think they said speed and tightening the zipper too. So tightening the zipper where it goes bang, 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 if you can imagine going down a line, right? Here's the two sides of the distribution. It goes bing, 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 bing. Tightening the zipper means going like this, so it makes a tighter line, and then faster, go bing, 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 like that, right? So like speed it up by like 2 times, and then you can get all the units that are in a line that you're originally, it's like a strafing run, sort of, but slower and less agile, but getting all the units down the line that you originally intended on hitting in the first place, right? So, idea being making it so it's more volatile. You didn't even need to increase the damage, you just need to increase the usability and the agility factor of the barrage itself, so make it so it's easier to use. Or not easier to use, it's more likely to hit the targets you intended to when first using it. I believe it's up here earlier on. Burning resources, challenge progression. Walking barrage 37. Yeah, fire shots roughly twice as fast, not increasing the number of shots, but rather how fast they shoot, allowing more predictable damage corridor. In addition to this, tightening the width, so tightening the zipper, creates by about 30%. This makes it for a tight, fast corridor of damage that would allow players to maneuver around and utilize appropriately. Depending on how fast as well this works, it might be possible to it might even need to deploy 2.5 times faster. So I said 2 times faster, and I said occasionally 2.5 times faster. It's very ineffective at what it does. I think a lot of people don't really understand it, which is true, because the fire is so slow, people don't really keep track of the distribution when it's happening. And sometimes it can fire back, so you throw it here, and sometimes it'll go back. Joel has like a built-in fudge factor / troll factor to a lot of things in the game, and I don't think that really needs to be fixed. Joel needs his troll, guys. If Joel doesn't get his troll, you have to understand, you have to pay the pound of flesh. If Joel doesn't get his troll, shit breaks loose here. You can't handle not trolling, so... because I understand that if you throw it, you have to throw it further forward because sometimes the distribution comes back. Not everyone understands that, and, haha, sort of ordeal, but, yeah. Zipper. So, we suggested this. I don't think this is the answer, and I don't think this is really going to fix what I suggested. It might do it, but once again, it's the problem with the enemies being able to push through the zipper before the other shots get off, and then by the time the other salvos fire, it's already too late, right? And the tightness of the corridor, so how close the shots are together. This might do it, specifically because they reduced the movement speed, so it's going to be tighter, it's going to be a more compressed zipper. It's not going to move as far. Actually, it might move as far because it went from 3 to 5. So it might end up still going just as far, but it's not necessarily the tightness of the zipper, it is the speed of the zipper that it's moving. Let's see. Orbital 120s, we played around with this, so like when I'm playing against bots, I'll usually take a third stratagem that's kind of a wild card. I'll just take random shit, just for shits and giggles. Who's Joel? He was technically the lead, he's like technically like a GM of Helldivers, where he just writes storyline stuff. I use it as a term to, a colloquial term to refer to all of Arrowhead, their development staff. It's just Joel. I just call everyone at Arrowhead Joel. It's basically just referring to their staff there. But... And a lot of the staff is trolls. If you ever play Magicka, you understand basically the kind of developers that you're dealing with. If you haven't played Magicka, play Magicka, and then you'll be able to figure out what kind of developers you're dealing with. Basically, everything in that game has a way to kill you, and that's kind of just the gist of it. That's the it's the state of it. Yeah, but yeah, it's just a term I use to refer to basically all the developers at Arrowhead right now, or just in general. Then we have Piltz and Shams, and Piltz is the CCO, which is, I guess he's a creative director now, head of creative something or another, and then Shams is the new CEO of the company, which basically deals with all the business relations for the most part, which are two other names that I know. And then I also know a couple of the other developers purely because of their sacrifices they made. Well, one of them, we remember Frederick, guys. Always remember Frederick, who told the community to get good, and then he had to issue an apology like a day later. HR got to him. I always remember Frederick, where he told everyone to get good, and they said no, and they acted like Karens, and then he had to apologize. And then there's Alexis, which is one of the balancing developers that tends to do weird things that don't really make sense all the time. But anyways, basically I just call everyone there Joel for the most part. Orbital 120 we played around with a bit, which I mentioned before. I think this is actually just more impactful than the 380 because you want to have a small radius that just kind of is denied, and the 120s kind of do that. It's a continuous kind of lob in this specific area. It kind of works, but it kind of doesn't. I believe I have discussions surrounding it in the BetterDivers guide for both the 380s and the 120s. The large orbitals right here. Both of them have so the 380s I remember specifically. 380s, what they originally did is increase the duration of the barrage and tightened it, so they made it smaller. They made the radius on it smaller, which means the damage is going to be more condensed, and they just made it last longer. And what I said is originally they should have kept the original duration. I still think they should. They should have kept the original duration that it launched with and just make it fire 2 or 3 times as many rounds. And what that means is it literally just turns the area into a parking lot. The entire area is just a parking lot after it's done, which, you know, you can... with large orbitals or large abilities, you can make it so they only have a limited number of cooldowns per use. It's something that should be seen as super destructive and not be something that, like, you're trying to normalize it with Eagle Airstrikes, for instance, because Eagle Airstrikes are very specific and very good. But you want something that actually stands out from the rest of it. The idea is not to normalize or homogenize all the items in the game and make them like everything else. You want things to be unique and different and stand out from the rest of the things, so when you're using it, it feels different, but it also has a use case for it, right? So 380 being a parking lot maker, even if it does turn an area into a parking lot, you can only use it a handful of times per mission, and then it's done, right? And that's it. And I thought that's really what it should be, because a 380 should be something where you're like, oh shit, and it kills everything in the radius, including all the Helldivers that are in the radius. You're more likely going to die, right? But they did it. They tried to make it tighter. They tried to make it more like Eagles. They did the same thing with the 120. What I said with the 120s, however, was to increase the radius on them to make the damage more consistent. Yeah. So the shots that do land will actually be more likely to damage enemies in the radius itself. So the problem with the 120 was when it just doesn't hit anything in the radius, even though they're walking through it, just doesn't do anything, right? So they tightened it. They decreased the cooldown from 240 to 180, so it's now on a 3-minute cooldown instead of a 2-minute or a 4-minute cooldown. Reduced time between salvos, so it fires faster as well, which may mean that they reduced the duration. Depending on how you look at this, they reduced the duration, or it fires faster, which means there's more shots now in the overall barrage. So if it lasts for 15 seconds and you reduce the shots between salvos, that means it's now firing more salvos because they'll still last 15 seconds, right? But if it doesn't do that, if they just reduce the time, that means it's going to fire off its load in a shorter amount of time, and then it'll be done, right? So it'll be more, once again, like an Eagle Airstrike. Chasing the Eagle Airstrikes with your largest orbitals in the game, when orbitals should be unique and different from each other, I don't feel as though should be a thing, but is this going to buff the 120? Sure. I just don't think it's necessarily the right way of doing so, right? But will it buff the 120? Sure. You know, it definitely will. Will it be better than Eagle Airstrikes? I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe. Once again, you get a cluster bomb. It's tough to justify using orbitals when you get a cluster bomb every 22 seconds. So, yeah. You get a cluster bomb every 22 seconds. You get Eagle Airstrike every 40. Every 40 seconds you get an eagle airstrike, so 3 eagle airstrikes every 2 minutes, right? Napalms, also 40-second cooldown on them. It makes it very, very difficult to justify basically everything else in the game when you can get eagles so fucking fast. They're just infinitely better. And I don't think eagles should necessarily, eagles in general should be necessarily nerfed. Putting aside, I think cluster bombs should either end up with 3 or 4 charges, and napalm should have 5 charges just based on the way they work. Because cluster bombs are actually really, really, really fucking good. They're too good for what they are, and I don't think nerfing the damage on them is really what you want either. And you can bank them. There's a lot of benefits to using... I mean, this is an entire entry on the BetterDivers guide. There's a lot of benefits to using eagle airstrikes or eagles in general. Mainly, you can bank them. You reload them all at once. You can use them as fast as you want. By banking, you can use them as fast as you want, and it doesn't matter. So you can throw them one after another. It becomes... they're good for burst damage as well as just holding on to them. There's a lot of benefits to using them over orbitals, which is also why I generally don't use orbitals for the most part. Let's see. Gameplay, moving along, guys. We do eventually, hopefully, want to play games here tonight, too. So, the operation modifier, atmospheric interference, has been removed. Additionally, at automatons, we added the modifier pool intel, which makes objectives on the map get a search radius, just like eliminate objectives already has. Additionally, for the automatons, we added the modifier poor intel, which makes objectives on the map to get a search radius, just like most eliminated objective already has. What? Joel was writing that one at 10 p.m. I think what they're referring to is when you have nuked the nursery. When you have nuked the nursery, remember when it shows you the general location of the nursery, it does not show you the exact position of the nursery. You have to look for it. So I think they rolled the nuke the nursery mechanic into a map mechanic, which is it's in this area, but you don't know exactly where it is. Is my take on it. So my guess is it gives you a general indicator where it is, and it doesn't actually tell you exactly where it is, but when you find it, it shows up on the map. I'm not against that. That's actually that's interesting. We have a modifier as well for radar, by the way, and making radar a more interesting and static element on every map, which I think would be really cool, including making it more valuable. It shows you where everything is, including in spore maps, but it's much more heavily defended. They can even add extra abilities to it where it gives you a radar pulse where it reveals all the units on the map. Briefly, every once in a while, either being there or remotely, you could do it. So make it kind of like a usable asset. And then making it something where you can see it when you drop in, so you make a push for the asset that's going to be more heavily defended, because intel is very important, right? Because it helps you plan out the rest of your mission. Radar, I feel as though it is a currently undervalued asset in the game, and it should be something that is more common, like just in every map, and it should be something you look for, including, like right now you can see like the secondary objectives, like the capsule, you see the science facility. What's the other one? The broadcast tower. You all see them when you drop in, right? Instead of doing that, you shouldn't be able to see those, but the radar will reveal them. Instead, you get the radar when you drop in, and you can go over and try to fight it off. And then, of course, the enemies will really want to protect it because intel is important, right? So the intel aspect of the game itself being more flushed out and being more important, especially when you want to 100% a map when you're playing against bugs on spore maps, becomes very, very difficult, right? It also becomes important on blitzes when you're trying to find all those bug holes, but you just can't figure out where they are. Very, very important, and I think as though they could turn it into a meaningful aspect of the game itself. Go. Radar revamp. 9. Corrosive planet, acid planets no longer have the intense heat environment modifier, probably because they have acid storms now, which will be interesting to deal with. Gunship patrols are now less frequent, and the amount of ships are reduced. Gunship engines are less durable now, which probably means you can do more damage to them with other weapons. Once again, autocannon should be just everywhere. I don't know, autocannon's not meta. We've been like, what? We're 6 months into this game, and the autocannon deals with bots infinitely better than everything else in the game. And people will still die on the fucking... on the funeral pyre to the beam cannon, the AMR, and even sometimes a railgun. I don't know why. Once again, it's just like the Incinerator Breaker, guys. Oh, well, the Incinerator Breaker is all over the bug missions, even though it wasn't that good to begin with. Like, it's above average, but it's not super amazing. Autocannon isn't in every bot mission, despite it making everything easier. Like, once again, this is part of the problem where we're talking about the distribution of players and how almost all players are butted up against Diff 9 or just playing on Diff 9 at this point. And you just, like, Diff 9 wasn't that hard. They nerfed it like 2 months ago, and it just became very easy. And everyone's just been playing on it, and they think stuff works when it doesn't actually work. Because it doesn't matter. You turn down the difficulty enough, you can use the railgun against anything, right? It doesn't matter. You have one Hulk in the middle of the open just charging at you from long range, you'll be able to probably kill it when nothing else is shooting at you. For sure, with the railgun. But, you know, that's not really the way it works at higher difficulties, but people got used to that. It leads to a false assumption on how things are playing out, and how difficult things are, and what works at higher difficulties. But I played since launch, and I do miss the old railgun meta where you just do the spin shot against bots constantly. I love that, even though it was OP and it needed to be nerfed. Gunship patrols are now less frequent. Once again, if you have the guns to take care of them, gunships were not that big of a deal. They only became an issue when you have idiots that don't know how to play against bots that take stuff that doesn't work against them. And then they complain and get stuff nerfed. So this is another example of something getting nerfed, which didn't need to be nerfed in my opinion. Autocannon 2-taps the gunships. Even though sometimes you would miss it and there's like desync with the engines, which they could fix, by the way, by making hitboxes on the engines bigger. There's desyncs with the engine. You could 2-tap them, you can waste an entire patrol with 1 magazine from the autocannon. Well, technically 2, because you load it with 5 rounds apiece, right? So 2 magazines from the autocannon, 10 rounds. You could waste an entire gunship patrol. But the kids don't know, so they just complain about it on Reddit, and then they get stuff nerfed. And I don't think the patrols need to be nerfed. Improved armor. There's 8 other answers to the gunships, and they aren't nerfing the gunships, guys. I think this is important to keep iterating. There's more answers to what people are suggesting that involves you playing at 8 other difficulties that isn't nerfing the gunships. But people don't want to do that. Improved armory weapon preview controls, updated orders UE. Yeah, we talked about this in the first when we launched the game. I noticed it immediately. Energy shields such as shield generator pack and shield generator relay now block snowstorms as well as sandstorms. Oh, you have a little bubble. That's cool. Not that it really matters, but new brief protection system has been added that allows players to continue in their own missions. This allows players to compete with the mission and get full rewards despite not being kicked. We talked about this when I first heard about it, the potential for it being used for duping. One of the oldest things in video games since like fucking Diablo 1. I remember walking into a game and seeing someone just spitting out gold constantly on the ground, and then learned how to do it myself. It is one of the oldest things you possibly can do in video games that fucks things up. So maybe they'll have some way of preventing duping, but my guess is it's going to probably be used to dupe rewards, but who knows. Either way, this is to help with people getting kicked and them losing their rewards. Not very common. I have seen it happen to other people, mainly at the end of the missions. You'll get fuckers that either maliciously, well, it's always malicious, but they'll do it because they feel as though people don't deserve the rewards because they weren't there the entire time, which is kind of ludicrous because you don't lose out on medals if you have more people in your squad. You just give people free medals. I would hand out my fucking samples if I could, guys. That would actually make you feel good if I could literally be Santa Claus and hand out my shit, but I can't. At the very least, I can't even hand out my own stuff that I've earned to people on my ship. And maybe that would also be used for duping, but honestly, I played the game so much, it would actually make me feel good about the stuff that I picked up. But as per the BetterDivers guide, there's a lot of different ways that they can deal with burning resources that I've suggested, including a crafting system for armor components, which people have suggested for a while is removing armor or just putting whatever you want in armor. But a crafting system would allow you to basically craft kits from other pieces of armor and add them to other armor, and then there'd be an upkeep cost associated with it. Cosmetics, titles, there's a mech customizer that I have in there, which kind of like a basic mech lab, right? Which people have kind of wanted like different mechs, but it allows you to build your own mech, which would be very easy for them to do. It's literally just you put parts in different places and the game just makes it, right? And they could 100% do that. There's one for minefields in there too, as well as stratagem economy, which also be very cool. Lots of different ways to tackle the resource glut, there we go, resource glut in the game, and make people feel as though they're collecting stuff that has meaning. But instead, Shams went around my back. He said he talked to everyone on the development team. He didn't talk to me. He didn't talk to the lead creative director. No, he just went and talked to Reddit. You would have known there was already an answer. It's in the works right now, Shams. It's in the works. Now we aren't talking anymore. Alright, crash fixes. Decrease the chance of crashing when pressing Alt-Tab. Use exclusive full screen mode. Windows. Weapons and stratagem fixes. Devastator armor fixed, incorrect description. Blitzer, you can now hold the fire button to shoot continuously. We suggested this for the lightning. Is it because it's in the BetterDivers guide? Are we to this point right now? It's because I suggested it, you're not going to do it. Is it really what's going on here, Joel? Come on now. Come on. I know I suggest fantastic ideas, but you can add them in, and then I can try and take credit for them, which you'll deny through plausible deniability, but... So, one of the major problems with, what's it called? The Purifier, as well as the Arc Thrower, is the quality of life. It is the monotony of having to constantly charge and hold the shot. You have to constantly go through every single one, hold the shot, fire the shot, hold it down, get it to the right charge, go through and go through and go through and go through over and over and over again. It gets very, very repetitive and very boring. That will happen. And one of the ways you get around it is you make it so it auto cycles every single time you get to the full shot. It'll just automatically fire. It would make the Purifier and it would make the Arc Thrower much more user-friendly and less monotonous when you're using it, because you don't have to deal with the constant micromanagement of charging each and every individual shot. It would help them immensely. But they haven't done it. It's one of the BetterDivers guys. It's on the BetterDivers guide as a quality of life fix. And Purifier obviously might need to be revisited, but you can't tell because the Purifier fires so fast compared to the Arc Thrower that it becomes even more monotonous because you have to do that constantly over and over and over again in the heat of battle, and it is horrifyingly bad. Like, it's not something anyone wants to do for any length of time. Which would be great if they they made it so it auto cycles when it reaches full charge, so it just fires it off, right? I think that's what everyone wants. However, it does not work that way. Blitzer apparently now works that way. I didn't really have a problem with Blitzer having to fire it like a pistol, because it wasn't really something where you had to full charge it, right? But apparently they did that. That's a quality of life fix for the Blitzer. Grenade pistol, dagger, and bushwhacker moved into a special sidearm category. What does this mean? Can you have multiple sidearms now? I mean, that would make sense because there's almost no way I'd ever get rid of my grenade pistol ever. If there was a secondary sidearm category, which I don't think would actually be that OP. It allows you to have very unique use cases, just the same way as I suggested having multiple. You could carry multiple stratagem weapons, right? You have a light one, and a heavy one, or explosive and light. There's a lot of different ways you can break it up. Where you have a general use category, and then you have one for light arms, like let's say an LMG or something, right? So it allows you to use the stuff that you otherwise can't because you need to have an explosive weapon, which is also on the BetterDivers guide. This one this makes sense because it's another way of dealing with the fact that you have things that are very, very specific in something that you otherwise use. I don't know if this means exactly what I'm saying here, but because we haven't checked. But this might be a secondary. So you have two secondaries now. Let's see. Blitzer plus Plasma Punisher added missing armor penetration tags. Incorrect fire limit in the weapon stats for the sickle. Ballistic shield pack no longer blocks enemies. We have a bunch of quality of life fixes for the shield pack as well as the ballistic pack on the BetterDivers guide, making it so it's more beneficial to like all-rounder, and the ballistic shield pack can actually readjust basically like a force field around it. It can readjust where it's actually like if you're getting hit from a side, it'll actually move out and adjust to the side a little bit, so it'll protect you from damage on off angles that you're getting hit from. Obviously, you're going to still get chipped for damage by getting shot first, but it will actually adapt depending on how the graphic programmers want to do it. It actually can be really cool if they do something like Crisis, where it kind of like just like bubbles out, like the texture just like bubbles out to the side or something like that. They could do really cool shit with it if they wanted to, but not exactly like the shield pack, because you'll still get chipped for damage. You can still get shot from behind. There'll still be downsides to it, but the ballistic shield itself has a lot of downsides. to using it, which is you have to have it out on one hand. You can only use one-handed weapons, but in actuality, there's no real benefit to using it over a shield pack. Shield pack, as we mentioned earlier, when I was talking about the nerfs to it, basically makes way for the shield, the ballistic shield, being more utilized, more utilitarian if you want to be more tanky, depending on what's going on. I also have multiple other ideas for that, including kind of making like a Reinhardt, where you can deploy the ballistic shield and make it more like a Reinhardt shield to potentially just, help your teammates in need. Kids that use the shield pack would absolutely love that, or the ballistic shield pack would absolutely love that. Not the shield pack, the ballistic shield would absolutely love that, where you could deploy your shield and potentially be a tank, right? They'd love that shit. Lots of different ways of dealing with the ballistic shield as well as the shield pack. Once again, most people don't. I completely forgot. I mentioned before having 3 different categories basically for backpacks. The defense shield, I only mentioned shield backpack. There is actually technically the ballistic shield as well. There's actually the ballistic shield as well. No longer collides with the combat walker. Fix a bug where picking up an SSSD would cause ballistic shield to be dropped. Fix the ballistic shield not collide with player as long as wielded. So there was an issue, which I don't use the ballistic shield, but apparently this became an issue where people were taking physical damage from their own shield. Like, I mean, it makes sense, but you get shot by it, and the collision with your model would kill you. So they would actually, the ballistic shield would knock into the character model and cause you to die. Which, I mean, technically makes sense, but obviously is not a game-friendly mechanic, right? Yeah. Hey! They didn't mention this one in the actual AR Dog buff, which is... I guess we'll try this now. They didn't mention this in the AR Dog buff, which is... you couldn't refill ammo from ground loot. Yeah, the little green boxes you couldn't actually use to refill the guard dog. That's been a issue for a long time. And one of the reasons it sucks so much is because you could never fucking refill it. Well, luckily you can now, so there's that. So maybe the AR Dog might be useful now. We'll have to see. This is a curious one. This is actually... this is a bigger change than having more magazines. Because you'll... Once again, going from 45 seconds to a... it wasn't a minute and a half. What? 45 divided by 6. 75 times 8. 60. So you went from 45 seconds to a minute now for duration. Still not long enough. That's what she said, but it's better, right? So basically the AR Dog fires for about 45 seconds before it's out of ammo. Now it lasts for about a minute with the full ammo reserve, right? And the biggest problem was you could not refill ammo from the ground. So that's actually that's a really big deal. It's a really, really, really big deal. Might actually be useful now. Fix a bug where weapons will be held sideways. Once again, also being able to turn off certain packs, as is listed in the BetterDivers guide. There's multiple packs we've talked about we're adding optional. Either alternate modes to stratagems or packs or stuff that happens is very important. Being able to turn off the AR Dog when you don't need it would be very important for conserving ammo, but you can't currently do that. Same thing with other packs, like if you want your shield pack to regen, you can't turn it off, right? And you need to be able to do that. You can just push the key for the pack and it should turn off, right? Very easy to do. Fixed arc weapons not shoot out any bolts when line of sight of the enemy is blocked by an obstacle. Bolts will fire, but they will hit the obstacle. The misfires do not give the player sufficient feedback. We hope this makes the weapon's operation clearer. Okay. So they're making it so you can tell that it's actually hitting something that... That's why it didn't actually do damage, because it hit something in front of you. Alright. In before you can shoot walls and have the arc bounce off the wall and hit units still. I mean, that'd be pretty cool, to be perfectly honest. If you could actually just... You could leapfrog the arc thrower. So if you can't hit an enemy, you could actually shoot the ground or near the enemy, like a wall or something, and it would bounce off the wall like a hit, and then it would leap to the enemies. That'd actually be pretty fucking slick as a tech to use as someone that uses the arc thrower, but I'm not there working at Arrowhead. Instead, I'm here making the BetterDivers guide, so, you know. I guess, Joel, I guess this is what you want, but, you know, okay. Yeah. Pilts doesn't like me anymore. Shams doesn't care. You know, what's going on here? I don't know. But it'd actually be pretty cool if you could actually just hit, like, a target at max range and bounce it off a wall or off the ground, and then it would arc the things around it, right? Which maybe you can do that with this, but I don't think so. Unless it's broken. Fixed in missing haptics when firing the AR-6, the tenderizer. I don't know what that means. This might be a nerf to recoil on it, because the recoil for the tenderizer was extremely, extremely low. Social menu fixes, we don't care about that because I don't have friends. Most people don't have friends, so not really that big of a deal. But for some people, it is. Yeah. Just a bunch of bug fixes for the friend menu. We got some fixes, miscellaneous fixes. Which I don't know if those are different from other fixes we had, but I guess. Fixed telepods not destroying trees in the swamp biome in Dagobah. You should call it Dagobah. I don't know why they don't. Copyright infringement? Nah. Don't worry, Disney doesn't care. Resolved an issue where transitions to jog and sprint animations would be delayed if spammed. I've had that happen without spamming it, so maybe that's an issue with slowing down when you're running too. Fix the physics of the ballistic shield stratagem as well as bugs related to the physics. I feel as though that should have been under the ballistic shield, but I guess it might be more, or it might be the same thing, and they decided to talk more about it. Fucking hate white on black text, guys. Have I told you this? I hate it. It feels like the little white words are burning into my retinas right now, like just like shooting in here, and like I can close my eyes and I can still see text on my eyeballs. I hate it. Like, guys, if you need dark mode on everything you're using, your screen brightness is too bright. It should be the same, roughly the same as your background lighting. It should be roughly the same as your background lighting to avoid it like scorching your eyes. If you constantly have to use dark mode, that means your screen's too fucking bright. People just buy their monitors and they leave it on demo mode from the factory, and they just turn it on, and like you can literally see like an outline of their body behind them, like a fucking nuclear blast just like against the wall behind them. I still remember this. I used to have, like, we called them mini-lands, right, to my friend's house. We went to my friend's house when I was in my 20s. We used to have mini-lands all the time, which is just three of us playing games together, which is honestly pretty fucking cool. That was a great couple of years while that lasted. But I remember my friend buying this fucking monitor. I remember him buying an LCD monitor and showing off how cool it looks. And I remember still, like, us sitting behind him, because I had a desk behind him with a wall behind him. I still remember looking at the wall and seeing his outline on the fucking wall behind me, like in front of me, while I'm looking at my monitor. I was like, holy fucking shit. Yeah, that just way, way too bright. That causes fatigue. That for sure does. You like turn down, like, I think my current monitor is like, what is it even set to? 40. My brightness is set to 40 out of 100. And if you turn your brightness down too far, it ruins the contrast, so you have to be careful of that, though, because that will definitely eventually happen. Oh, that helps at UL and Beyond, too. Hive Breaker Drill now does damage when dropped and nuke the nursery. I hope they fix it where it gets burrowed in the ground. That was an issue. I don't know if this bug... Sometimes They're kind of fast and loose with their language here, but one of the problems with Nuke the Nursery was where the drill legit just gets stuck in the ground. You can't access the console. That was still an issue when I quit, when we took hiatus. Hellpod skins are now visible on ships. Initial Hellpod drops from host ship will share the host skin selection, while subsequent reinforcement drops will use under skin. I don't know if this is a bug now. They're stating that this is a bug, but when you drop in, like, you really should. When all 4 people are dropping, it really should show your own personal skin all the time, because that's kind of like even though it's you're dropping from the host ship, right? So you're grouped there. That's their car. That's their Cadillac. They want to see their skin that they have personally. They don't want to see the host skin. They want to see their skin, right? Makes them feel good about what they have. And if you don't do that, like, you drop in later, you can see your own skin, but then no one else sees your own skin, right? Part of it is the recognition you receive from your peers. And you can put, like, nose art on the outside of your drop pod, so you can look around and see people's nose art on there, right? Your call girl or, anime waifu or whatever, right? Which they could do a lot of things with the drop pods. We talked about a drop pod refurb, not just from the outside of not from the outside, but from the inside. So you could actually look through it, and it actually gives you counsels. It's one of the Better Diver guides list, which would actually be really cool, which is an interactive drop pod. So when you go into the drop pod, it isn't just a change of screen. Rather, you drop down and you can see basically the drop pod in front of you, which has a bunch of screens on it, right? So it's more interactable, like Doom, where you have then little things where you can adjust your stuff on these small little screens too, and you can play, Stratagem Hero off here to the side, or whatever game you want. You have some pinup art here on the side, and then when you drop in, it turns into like a Crisis screen, where basically like it does like a translucent shell that's actually like a monitor, and you can see through the outside of your shell when you drop in, and it would actually be really, 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 really fucking cool. And then you can still look around and see all the other Helldivers around you that are also dropping in their pod, and you can see their art on it and their skins on it, right? A lot of really cool shit you could do. That is another one of the entries. Oh, it's right here. Interactable drop pods. Number 50. Lots of cool shit you could do. Lots of room for microtransactions or things that make people feel as though they're unique and different. Samples are transferred to the shuttle when boarding, dying, and the shuttle won't drop samples. Sometimes you drop samples and sometimes you don't. I've legit seen this happen where we've extracted and we've still gotten the samples, and sometimes where I've died and we haven't gotten the samples. So, well, that's good. Surprise. They are already borrowed so many Star Wars designs, they might as well use Star Wars plant names. Once again, we've talked about this before, guys. It's not who does it first, it's about who does it the best. And I still think that's actually the case. And, this game could have been better if it was Warhammer, but it's not. So it's what we have to go with, right? I think mine is almost as low as it goes. True Box looks like pure snow on a sunny day, yeah. If you leave your monitor on the brightest setting, it is horrible. Absolutely fucking horrible. Absolutely horrible bet. So, you gotta get it off that demo mode. Once again, you turn it down too far and it'll affect the contrast, which also ruins the monitor, but usually you can turn it down quite a bit. Photo menu call-in times now includes transportation time aligning with in-game values. Hey! I wonder if that's a fix for the Sief artillery too, where the time to reach the location isn't included in the value for it. Sometimes it's right and sometimes it's not. Added graphics settings for preset for the Steam Deck. I would actually be very curious, guys, to see how many Steam Deck users they actually have. I don't know if they can tell or not. how many Steam Deck users they actually have that play this game. Everyone that has a Steam Deck loves talking about their Steam Deck, but I'm very confident the majority of people that have a Steam Deck don't actually fucking use it. They like talking about it, and maybe they'll use it on a trip to show it off to their friends, but it's something they have, but it's only cool to gloat about. It's not actually cool to use. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's definitely the way it feels. One of those things they have sitting on a shelf somewhere, and they like to pretend that they use it when they don't. Maybe they use it once and twice. It's like people that have tablets, right? Remember the tablet phase that everyone went through at the end of like the O's and the early 10s? Where everyone had a tablet and they just go and sit on their couch and they'd use it, and then that eventually went away and they realized they could just use their phone. That eventually went away and they just learned they could use their phone, right? Yeah. Don't own a tablet, by the way. All of my family members own tablets, and they don't use them at all, by the way. Everyone. Yeah, every single one of my family members has a tablet. They just never use it. Yeah, every single one of them have a tablet. They just don't use it. I'm not even joking. Every single one of them they have, well, not all of them have laptops, but they have phones, obviously, and then they have laptops. Some of them have laptops. They don't touch their tablets at all. They're a media consumption device, guys, and your phone can do that, and your TV does it better, or your computer does it better. And productivity is obviously better on your computer or your laptop. It was an answer to a problem that did not exist. It'll be different, by the way, if you have people, like, let's say you don't have control of a TV, so if you're, it'd be nice if you're, for nowadays, if you're a kid, and, or, you know, significant others in the room, and you don't want to watch the same thing there, but you want to spend time with them. There's options for it, but for most people, it doesn't seem to make sense at all. Fixed mines being invisible for hot joining players. I've had mines turn invisible in front of me, so I'm not exactly sure this is completely correct. This might not be a complete fix. I've legit had mine fields deploy in front of me and then fall on the ground and just be there for like 5 seconds and then disappear in front of me. The mines were still there. So that might not be a complete fix for mines. Oh, additionally fixed the bug causing recently deployed mines to become invisible. No, maybe they fixed it. Fix a bug when using a stim which canceled other players' sprint. This post showed up a couple different times on Reddit. And I mentioned before, we tested it and it didn't happen. So maybe it occasionally happens, but doesn't happen all the time. So it is actually a bug. We looked for it and we saw people using stims while I was running. And it wouldn't actually cancel my run. Gone in 360 seconds trophy now awarded on difficulties greater than or equal to 6 rather than only on diff 6. I definitely don't have this, by the way. More than likely don't have this. The hell bomb is destroyed while it's armed. The timer is active. It will explode. Oh. That's kind of a weird one. I mentioned this before. This has popped up a couple different times on Reddit. I wasn't for this particularly because it gives the enemies time to destroy it, and that's the whole point, right? Is it makes it harder. So, I mean, regardless of realism is not a balancing mechanic, and I don't even know if it would be, like, it could just drop in if they destroy it, maybe it'd blow up anyways, right? I saw this pop up a couple times. I'm not actually for this change, once again, because you actually defending the hell bomb should be part of the detonation process, which is what I do, and I think this actually lowers the skill required to use a hell bomb, which I don't agree with, so. Not for this one. It makes it easier for other people. People like buffs, right? But not for that. Sentries now won't attack certain buildings, and bullet sentries don't waste ammo on dropships, so small tweaks for sentry turrets. Turrets in general need a lot of love, which is they're in the BetterDivers guide. We have ways of dealing with that, for sure, including some cool Deployment mechanics. Patriot exosuit missiles no longer self-inflict damage. Oh, did they finally fix blowing up the Patriot suit with its own missiles? I thought they fixed it a while ago. I don't use a Patriot, or really any exosuits, because they kind of suck, but, you know. Yeah. Bile Titan sometimes does not take damage from the head. Chargers are in the same boat. Once again, I think that has something to do with desync and low tick rate. So your projectile goes through the head and it hits the body behind it. It's not that they don't take damage, rather it doesn't register. Guard Dog Rover does not overheat when firing continuously. Ruh-roh! Guess the Lazy Dog wasn't even as good as it was when it was nerfed, apparently. Service technician on the ship cannot be interacted with. They complain they're bothered too much and cannot do their work efficiently. Oh, yeah? Fixed progress bar not showing on Raise the Flag objectives. So the Raise the Flag is still in the game. It wasn't there like 2 weeks ago when I quit, or went on hiatus. It was not there 2 weeks ago, guys. On Diff 9. Not exactly sure what that means. Like I said, it disappeared after Meridia. So maybe they're back again? Adjusted flame effects to work more realistically. It does not go through various body objects where bounce off would be the expected behavior, like on armors and static objects. So it looks like you can't use the flamethrowers. So this is one of the things we postulated with the new war bond, was potential to actually kill larger units like chargers with the flame pistol, right? Which is something that would actually be relatively detrimental to the game. And whether or not that was a bug to begin with, or it was intended behavior, I'm still not sure. Where people use a flamethrower to kill, like blow off the charger leg, right? They fry the charger leg. Because it can kill the charger in about a half a tank, even though you can't use it in Bile Titans for the most part. So it looks like they changed it so you can no longer shoot the leg on the charger and kill it, which is probably a way of either bug fixing or making it so the flamethrowers, the new ones, are not OP. That's interesting. We talked about this with the new war bond, and I thought that the new flamethrowers might be too powerful, right, when using them against chargers, and it looks like this is a way of bug fixing or fixing that. Which probably means you have to shoot the pooper now, which is much more difficult, by the way, because you have a very limited time to actually shoot the pooper on chargers. It's one of the problems with them when you're using the autocannon. You can use stun grenades, but that's not going to... You have a limited number of stun grenades and a almost inexhaustible supply of chargers. Well, that's definitely going to reduce the effectiveness of the flamethrower. People that actually use it, by the way. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to see. Let's see here. Okay. Alrighty, guys. I think we got for. Let's take a quick look at the Reddits. What time is it? Oh my God, I'm streaming for 2.5 hours already. Let's take a quick look at the Reddits here, guys. See what the kids are bitching about for a preview. And we aren't going to cover everything extensively. Okay. There's a Twitch drop armor a while ago. There was a launch armor that was available when the game first launched. Twitch drops have not been in the game since first launch, though. As of right now, HD2 has now received a secondary day for the nerfs. Oh no. Refreshing comment. I mean, a changed review because of these still haven't been patched out. Homing AI scripts and the ghost spawns. You know, the stuff that causes all clipping issues, that cause slowdowns and breaks the game for 1 to 3 person squads who don't play meta setups. You mean where the enemies come to you and you have to kill them? Yeah, this isn't a stealth game, by the way, guys. You can try and play around the stealth elements, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. This is not... This is a refreshing... This is what most people complain about. And it's intended behavior that they come over and shoot you. They're actually designed to come over and shoot you. Yeah, this isn't a stealth game. This isn't Splinter Cell, as it turns out. But people, this is basically a stealth rant. Complaining about the fact that he can't play stealth, basically getting around all the mechanics and enemies in the game. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We've experienced. This is definitely not a stealth game, guys. And it's kind of ludicrous to assume it's a stealth game. 1,900 upvotes. About fucking everything. I agree 100%. Please stop analyze, but please stop analyzing if item A or B needs nerfed when people can't even play one game. What does that even mean? I want to complain, guys. This all started with the Sony controversy. People just want to complain. It gives them fulfillment, I guess, after Sony. Never have they felt so alive about doing something and accomplishing something since Sony controversy. I matched about 2 hours ago on the amount of ghost spawns, so I guess this is what the kids are calling spawns that are close to you. They're just spawning. It's not ghost spawns, they're just spawning. Why are they calling them ghost spawns? I had 2 titans literally spawned 200 feet from me out of nowhere, and I wasn't tripping because it was from the coast. Yeah, they do that. They don't appear behind a mountain? Not realistic enough. Well, that's, once again, it's also been kind of weird why bug holes are not more common. I mean, they are common, but why there aren't more of them? You only get 1 bug hole per map, right? So it opens up, like 3 bug holes open up and they start pouring out. Why it's only in one place at once, I still don't understand. I postulated when we're playing multiple times that it's caused by like the game trying to prevent your computer from just basically getting shit on, right? So it's a way of making the game more efficient. So you aren't overloading people's computers. So they artificially limit the number of bug holes to prevent people from their computers crapping themselves. There's a lot of instances. Once again, you have stuff like this. You could legit have spawned a bug hole there and popped out a Biotine or an escort. They don't need to all be the same kind of bug hole, right? You can have short-term bug holes that are actually just that, or dropships that come in and also do that. There's easy fix for it, right? Because it's the same thing. They appear out of nowhere. They could be anywhere. And if they're close enough to players, you just make a short-lived bug hole that pops out. Like it's a mechanic that's already built into the game, and the only bug holes that you actually see, putting aside the mechanics themselves of actually spawning the units, are the ones where it's a triple or a double, depending on what difficulty you're playing on, and they just start pouring out of it. By the way, bug holes, if you go up to them, they're crawling out of the ground. If you go up to a bug hole, they just spawn in on the little orange smoke. Complaining about aiming. Good for you. Use that strong language. Jesus Christ. Dude, some of the people are literally just bent out of shape. It's like patch day and they're all pissy. What is it? Kind of interesting to look at the subreddit as someone who stopped playing the game about 3 months ago because of all the issues and complaints that people had 3 months ago. Seems like they're a huge problem. It's kind of disappointing. Well, explain which issues you're having and how that they're impacting your ability to play the game. This is just someone dogpiling. I'm not going to play because people say the game sucks. Okay. It. More disappointing is how big this update is, and we saw very little weapon and strategy balancing. They had to get around the BetterDivers guide, guys. They had to figure out how to do the same things I've suggested, only in a different way, so it didn't appear like they're covering the BetterDivers guide. So they had to go like in sideways around the side, like with the 120 and the walking barrage. They had to do the gymnastics to make it seem like it's slightly different, which obviously confounds things. Blizzard does it a lot. It confounds and makes things more difficult. People mean by balance, by the way, is making the game easier. Almost always, it is making things easier. People enjoy stuff when they win. That's pretty much the takeaway. Even though you're playing a game that's inherently more like Dark Souls, right? You're playing a game that's more like Dark Souls, and that it's supposed to be very difficult at the high end. And then they just want to make things easy so they can just breeze through it. And then they wonder why there's only 10k players playing. It's like there was like 2 months of easy mode on bugs and bots, and people just quit. They didn't care. They just left. It wasn't fun. It's one of the reasons I stopped playing. Even if they don't realize that's why they quit, it's one of the reasons they quit. Wasn't City Breaker meta is almost in every single fucking game. When a bug breach happens, I spray an entire magazine and get 20 to 30 kills effortlessly. You're full of shit. Every pellet of the dot can do insane damage. 100% full of shit. If that's the case, he's getting those kills because people are killing them with stratagems and he tagged them. It has nothing to do with actually killing the unit. But people aren't very observant. They don't notice actually what's going on in their game. People are throwing stratagems on there. The stratagems are killing them and they're getting assists, essentially, is what it comes down to. Fucking shit. I love, this is like, reading this Reddit, guys, just pisses me off because I quit. I played for a month and a half after the last balance patch. Because the game was so easy, I just lost all interest in it, and you got fuckers in here legit just trying to get shit nerfed. That's all they're doing. All they're fucking doing, play at 8... Oh my god. Oh my god. MMR! MMR! I am telling you right now, Arrowhead, Joel, if you are listening to me, one of the double-edged swords I have here, which is legit just like it is something that will absolutely cause a shitload of turmoil, is MMR. Where did it go? And the idea is you are rated on your performance in the game, and if you perform too poorly, you can't play higher difficulty matches. It will be super controversial, I guarantee you that. It'll be absolutely controversial as fuck. It'll make super sweaty lobbies and people that kick because people aren't running meta and whatever. And I'll obviously still be playing on the highest difficulty, and we will probably host our own game so we don't get kicked because people are dumb. But it's actually seeming more and more like it's something that's actually needed. Number 41 here, which is MMR. It would rate your performance based on how well, on metrics in the game, on how well you perform in the mission. And if you don't perform up to par, you can't play on the highest difficulty missions. It takes away your ability to play higher level missions. Because there are some people, there's a lot of people that are trying to play on Diff 9 and legit can't, and they just flip out the moment things are, and also this deals with consistency of difficulty. They flip out the moment things are not easy anymore. This is the kind of players, these are the Karens you're dealing with, and the only way you can save them is by helping them save themselves. That's the only way that this can actually turn out, is helping them save themselves with MMR. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Which they'll still complain, by the way, but at least it'll be more fun while they're complaining. They're going to complain that they can't play on a higher difficulty, even though they clearly can. They clearly all can play on the highest difficulty. All these guys can play on the highest difficulty while recommending me to use a railgun on fucking bots on Diff 9. While recommending me to use the fucking railgun. All these guys can play on the highest difficulty, I guarantee you that. So why is the MMR not letting them do that? And that's not... Well, it's literally pages of people complaining about difficulty. Literally pages. I can't even change my review to a -1 because it just says it's unavailable in my country. This guy's memeing. This is actually just like this shit like this, guys. There's no cases in which people have not been able to play the game when they're in that area that they can't buy it anymore. They can't buy it anymore, but they can still play it. They've been able to play it since day one. And Steam actually issued refunds for people in these areas when they actually requested it. There was just like, it is unreal. It is unreal the amount of like just reverse hype train just bullshit. It doesn't even matter if it's true or not. Reverse hype train bullshit that's happening in this game, guys. Yeah, this guy, fucking 300 upvotes for literally just lying about something because he thinks there's people. This is on Twitter. This is still fucking on Twitter. There's people saying stuff that's just not true, and there's people that just upvote it. I get there's a sense of community being too whiny about Arrowhead's recent changes, but I don't think the review bombing is completely unwarranted. Arrowhead to stop making nerfs and treating. Dude, there are legit posts showing that the overall balance in this game, they've constantly been buffing it. They've been buffing shit in the game, and the only thing people remember are the nerfs. What is wrong with people? MMR. MMR, guys. MMR. There have been a lot of options. But once again, this is why I suggested them turning it off for like 2 weeks. Is you got to lead the horse you have to lead the horse to the water. You can't make it drink, obviously, but you have to lead it there in the first place. But if it's already drinking somewhere else, it's not going to go to a new puddle of water, right? So you have to stop it from drinking from the poison water so that it can drink from the other water that it doesn't know that's there because it doesn't go looking. I don't. This is like screaming into a void. It doesn't even seem worth actually addressing these comments. Maybe it's the sys. So the game just records. The game just records like kills, right? It records assists, but it doesn't record damage. Yeah, the game doesn't record damage, or it doesn't show you damage. At the end of these missions, people are misconstruing the idea that they're killing units with assists. They think that because they're shooting at stuff and they get basically the pop-up at the bottom here, that they're doing all the damage. Wow, people are so fucking basic. When people are seeing the kill streak pop up at the bottom when they're using Incinerbreaker, they assume they're the only one doing damage to them. Even though the damage output in the Incinerbreaker isn't that great. Like the guy earlier that was oh my god. Like the guy earlier that was talking about the amount of damage they're doing. Like, when the bug hole opens, they get 30 kills just by spraying the entire bug hole. Maybe if they're beetles, maybe. But if they're any meaty-sized units, that's not true. Like, one tick of Incinerbreaker doesn't kill, like, a fucking... I don't even think it kills a hunter. I'm pretty sure, like, one bullet from a Incinerbreaker doesn't kill a hunter. People are misconstruing the damage, the kill streak counter with damage done. Holy shit. This is actually, we talked about revamping the stat numbers in, oh my god. Alright, this needs to get done. People are misconstruing that they're shooting stuff with Incinerbreaker and getting assists for it as if they're the ones that are killing it. Maybe it's just killing blows? I mean, it's possible that they're killing blows too. It's the same shit, regardless. If the damage counter is based purely off killing blows or it's based off assists, it doesn't really matter. It's the fact that they think they're doing a lot more damage than they actually are because there's no damage numbers in the game. Not the Incinerbreaker itself, but rather post game. There's no ability to assess the amount of damage that you're actually doing with something. And arguably, it should be broken down by stratagem damage as well as your primary damage, right? Overall damage and then primary damage. So it includes the number from your actual gun itself, which is actually, and what we're talking about right here is actually the more important one is actually just your primary damage done. Maybe the game doesn't even track that. Like, this is kind of, remember how we were talking about, maybe it's a good time to switch engines? If you can't fucking track stats of damage done, it may be time to consider, switching engines. But assumedly, most games can do that. We're gonna have faith in the Stingray engine that it's capable of counting damage. Yeah. Yeah, this is people thinking they're kill streaking with the Incinerbreaker because either it's last hitting or it's just showing the kill streak. They think they're actually the ones doing the damage when it's not. Oh, there's a lot of shit going on here, guys. We aren't going to cover all this. This is going to take too long. But 3 months ago, what happened? 3 months ago, the game was hard. God, dude, this is... Helldivers have turned into the whiniest bunch of cunts I've ever, like, out of any community. I've played in Overwatch, guys. Overwatch is pretty bad, too. They have legit turned into the whiniest bunch of fucks I've ever seen. This is incredible. People that are supposed to actually, like, be saving the world are whiny Karens. You gotta be shitting me. Okay, enough of this, guys. Up. Sham's reaction to the Incinerbreaker nerf. Oh, we gotta see this. Like I said, it's one difficulty isn't enough. You need 30 difficulties so people will disassociate the value with one. You have to have 30 difficulties, 50 difficulties, whatever, because people have to be able to disassociate the number with the actual value and difference, because people think that they're one away that can actually just play anything. There needs to be a valley where right now there is a valley, but people can't see it because it looks so close. Incinerator was like 30% of all tournament sessions at some point. Very much meta gun. Is that the problem? Yes, is a big one. I don't know. We'll discuss it. It was more than that. In fucking when I was playing Diff 9, it was almost every single game had like 3/4 of the lobby. Well, discounting me, 2 to 3 players were Incinerators, so 50 to 75% of the lobbies. And I'm a data point that doesn't count because I'm weird, right? So I don't even count. I can just see what I can see, which includes 3 other people besides me. It's a lot. It has to be a lot higher than that. It eventually, like, it went away and then it came back. It was fucking weird. While a lot of you are in the game and like it, we don't know. Note that people aren't fans of nerfs, duh, and performance could be better, but really where we are at. The stream had 1 to 2 devs, and others were Sony folks, and let me tell you, devs ain't anywhere near your average skill level. That means they aren't skilled? I can't tell if that's good or bad. Man, that's why they watch my stream. Good for them. Well, they should know how much I fucking hate the people trying to nerf stuff. Like I said, MMR actually is kind of looking more and more like something the game needs, isn't it? It's kind of looking that way. It's absolutely looking that way. And once again, I think this is the wrong take with Incinerators, which I said is, we talked about a couple different times, it's just the prevalence of it. And it's not even that it's that strong. It's just people think there aren't other guns that work when there are a lot of guns that work. There's definitely a lot of guns. I don't even use it. And I use the Ruptor just to show how broken it was, right? I didn't use Incinerator because it wasn't that broken. I didn't even think it needed to be nerfed. I said it should potentially be removed for about 1.5 to 2 weeks. They should turn it off, like it's in maintenance or they ran out of shells for it, right? Just to get people to use something else. They didn't need to nerf it. Just to get people to use something else, because there's a lot of options, and then turn it back on in 2 weeks. And that on... I don't know if they can even do that now, because now they're going to look like they're bending the knee, right? Oh, by the way, the season, Game of Thrones or House of the Dragons, the season finale is fucking bad, but putting that aside, they feel like they're bending the knee, but really, like, this would have been a perfect time to turn off the Incinerator while this is going on, while they have a bunch of data, just to see what people do, right? And see what pops up and bubbles to the top. And they don't need to remove it. They just need to... They could bug... Oh, it's bugged now. It doesn't do fire damage. Like, there's a lot of ways they could do it and make it seem like, oopsie doodle, whoopsie, Arrowhead had a teehee. Oh, it doesn't do incendiary damage anymore. Wow, that's fucking weird. You know what? They could even do that just to make a placebo, right? Where people are using Incinerator even though it doesn't do fire damage anymore. There's a lot of things they could have potentially done here, right? And I suggested turning it off because it was probably the most... amicable solution where it's not just seeming like it's nerfed, right? And they went and nerfed it, so I don't even think it needed a nerf, to be perfectly honest. It'd be actually funny if they said they nerfed it, but they, yeah, like I said, if they just didn't do fire damage anymore and just wait to see if people actually notice it. We're gonna not tonight because this is way over. We're gonna 100% talk about post-game stats tomorrow. I think this is where it's gonna go. This is pretty clear at this point that people are misconstruing kill streaks with damage numbers, and this needs to change. This is 100%. People will just see the kill streak pop up, whether it's killing blows or it is assists. I don't know which it is. So if you tag it and someone else kills it, it still counts, or if it's just a killing blow with, obviously, if you have a damage number ticking, if they're close to dead, it's going to finish them off, right? You're going to get a lot of kills just by association, by being near the enemies, even though it's not, you aren't actually solely responsible for the kills. That's why in games like Rivals, for instance, killing blows were displayed as well as damage done, and limbs, which are assists, were also displayed, which is just shooting a unit or taking part in the fight, right? This all matters for parsing stats. But what I think is what's happening here with the Incinerator that was described to us, described to someone else, is that people see the kill streak pop up at the bottom and they think they're the one doing all the damage when it's not true. And I don't know if that's just an assist indicator or if that is actually just the killing blow. Either way, if it's a dot, you're going to be more likely to get the killing blow because you're going to finish it off, right? You're going to finish off a lot of units. I don't know which it is, and both would be basically misconstrued data. It is, people are looking at the data and thinking that it's something that's not. The Incinerator is not that strong. I've played a shitload of Diff 9 and played against plenty. I go Lone Wolf almost every single time, so I know when it's me doing the damage and when I'm in an area with other people, and it's unreliable when you're around other people. It's very easy to figure out, or easy-ish to figure out, and the Incinerator isn't that good. It's just not. That's, yeah. Dude, like, Arrowhead. Oh, no, no. Poor Arrowhead. Poor Arrowhead. They thought this was going to be the saving grace, and there's little people flipping out because they nerfed Incinerator Breaker. Yeah, it was definitely more than 30% of the player base using it against bugs. Maybe this is 30% of the overall missions, which includes bots. That seems more accurate. Oh, Terminated sessions, okay. He calls them Terminated instead of bugs. I don't think they're actually called Terminatids, are they? Terminatids is Warhammer. Actually called Terminatids? They are. Oh, Terminatids is actually Warhammer, too. Tyranids! Oh no! They're Tyranids in Warhammer. Oh. Oh, Helldivers has infected me. They're Tyranids. Helldivers has infected my mind. I don't know if this is meant to be reassuring, but it almost sounds like they might be under their average skill level. Reddit's skill is probably around the dev skill level, to be perfectly honest. Dude. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, we're not gonna cover this, guys. we're gonna put the video up on YouTube covering the patch notes here, guys. We actually have to play some games here. I'm not gonna go through all Reddit. We'll cover Reddit tomorrow. There's too much stuff going on here. I actually need to play some games, or I want to play games too. Let's see. I want to play the new difficulty. I actually have a sob, by the way. Kim. Going on in the game. Likewise, even better. Oh yeah. She's thrilled. Already. Looks like we have major orders already in the right side here, which are, like, looks like there's a new Yui. Top. And it... Terminated sessions, okay. He calls them Terminated instead of bugs. I don't think they're actually called Terminatids. They are. Infected me. Their average skill level. We gotta be kidding me. Okay, we're not gonna cover this, guys. we're gonna put the video up on YouTube covering the patch notes here, guys. Yep. Let's see. YouTube. These guys, we got something going on here. Patch 1.0102. Got going on here. Fire nerf. Oh, Incinerator Breaker. You're a dog useful? Overall, patch looks pretty good. I can't wait for Diff 9 as well as trying out some of the new equipment, but Reddit doesn't think so. Really weird how some people are supposed to save the world are turning into those super whiny bunch of Karens. That's something, guys. Like I said, I think, like, I took the safer approach, which was just disabling it, or you could have, oopsie doodle, turned off the fire damage on it for a little bit so it's a shitty breaker, and like, depending on how you want to play it out, if you're Arrowhead or Joel, depending on how you want to play things out here, there are multiple ways they could have done this and tackle it, because once again, I don't think the Incinerator Breaker was that strong. It didn't need nerfs. People just need to be shown that there's other things they can use, and they can't use it if they're still crutching or trying to play with the Incinerator Breaker. Once again, I played with the Ruptor extensively. I've used the Ruptor extensively, guys, when it was OP as shit. Because it was, and it needed to get nerfed, and one of the reasons it became ingrained in the community that they thought it didn't need to be nerfed is because they left it in the game. It was miles above other primaries in the game. It was basically a stratagem weapon that was a primary. It needed to be nerfed, and I used it in ad nauseum until it got nerfed, because it needed to be nerfed on day one, and it wasn't nerfed. So we basically had to make an example of it. The Incinerator Breaker, when I played it, plenty of bugs, because I have shitloads of footage you guys can find on YouTube. I've played it plenty. Incinerator Breaker is not that strong, and once again, I think this is a lot to do with people misconstruing kill streaks with damage numbers. It's not the same thing, and I think people think when they either get last hits or they're getting assists that they're doing all the work with Incinerator Breaker. They aren't. They just happen to be getting numbers for it. Stumbled off FYP. I don't know what FYP. Democracy Officer Rue. I think you know what this is, Democracy Officer Rue. If your name is Democracy Officer Rue. Yeah. What is this? We're going through the patch notes for Helldivers 2 right now. For the new patch. And currently firing it off to YouTube. We just basically finished up the podcast, and now I'm producing content for YouTube. That's exporting, guys. I'm going to go wash my coffee cup out and take a piss. I'll be right back. We're going to play games here in a second, too. Be right back, guys. Ah, geez, guys. Only Arrowhead consulted me. I realized I was on break playing Rivals, and would have told them about the fallout that probably would have happened if they nerfed Incineroar Breaker, but they didn't consult me. I was off on hiatus, and obviously not on payroll because they weren't paying me in 10-cent increments anymore. So, you know, I guess I was out of there, but there's 100% ways they could have dealt with this. I could have definitely told them that this would have caused an issue. Not once again, it's not that the Incineroar Breaker isn't a problem, because it is. However, there's ways of dealing with this, which we've talked about before, which is either maybe disabling it for a week and a half, 2 weeks. It didn't need to be a nerf. Disable it for a week and a half, 2 weeks, just to see what they do. They could have done an oopsie doodle where accidentally it doesn't do fire damage anymore, and just see if people even care or notice that then fire damage is missing from the Incineroar Breaker, like a placebo. And so it's just breaker damage. It doesn't actually do the fire damage. It just maybe, like, you could even do this where it just dots it for like 1 damage, right? So it doesn't even do anything noticeable. It will pop the kill feed, but it won't actually do anything meaningful, right? There's a lot of ways that they could actually potentially have tackled this problem without actually causing a rift, because it's pretty clear that the community is full of Karens. They're absolutely allergic to nerfs of any way, shape, or form, which we have discussed before, right? There we go. Once again, this is going to take a little bit here, guys. Oh, they consulted me. Again, it is a problem. It's just that probably wasn't the way to deal with it. Recorded. A button to just copy basically a format from another video on YouTube. August 3rd, oh, excuse me, 6th. We discussed the feedback, or the negative feedback loop from the community, what they've done nerfs in the past. Even if they're needed. Even if they're fucking needed, because there's a lot of nerfs that were needed. It's just people can't handle the idea of nerfs, and now we have to figure out ways of dealing with their psyche. Second, guys, I'm preparing my YouTube video here. Human behavior is very interesting. People in general are very interesting. Sometimes, well, predictable in that way as well. Kind of sad, as a game developer, you actually have to work around basically people's feels. You have to work around people's feels, but that's where we are right now, so I don't think there's any way to avoid that. The Helldivers community, as I mentioned, after Sony controversy, they turned into whiny little bitches. And it's only gotten worse. And with the artificially reduced difficulty after Meridia, where they toned down the difficulty a lot, it's just made it worse. There's just more people that are unwilling to put up with difficulty now, which is why we have to increase the difficulty. You can't increase the difficulty on Diff 9 anymore. It doesn't happen. You have to make things much more difficult at higher difficulties. AR Dog is something I'm curious about using. I don't think we're going to be using 120s. Maybe we'll try the 120 as a part of just normal kit. I don't think it's going to work. It's 3-minute cooldown. Let's see. If only, I mean, me and Shams weren't talking, right? I told you guys, right? We had an argument after he went to Reddit, and he didn't consult me anymore. We just didn't talk to each other, you know? And here we are now with super ridiculous fallout from the incendiary breaker. You can't make this up. I mentioned this before, guys. I'm legit going to talk about this game for months. I'm going to, well, not years. I'm going to talk about this game for years, because I've streamed for over 12 years at this point. Well, yeah, 12 years. I've streamed for 12 years at this point. There's a lot of games I talk about. H1Z1 being a big one, PlanetSide 2 being a big one, Overwatch, and obviously all the little bits and pieces in between that. There's always like take-home stuff from every single game that Battlefield games, every single game I've played, and this is no different. And this one in particular, this is one of the reasons we have a BetterDivers guide. I've done this for no other game. I've done this for absolutely no other game in existence has had this privilege of doing this. Developers also probably didn't care, but interesting. They started out like there's nothing like stealing your thunder other than it's public now too. Nothing quite as stealing your thunder as realizing a patchy release and the only thing you're seeing about it, anything else in it, none of the stuff you've done. Like there's shitloads of bug fixes here, all this good stuff, right? They don't care about anything at all, except for the incendiary breaker nerf and apparently the flamethrower nerf too, possibly. This guy right here. This is the only thing they're talking about, is this right here. Oh my god. Struggled through the sludge, which has helped Marvel Rivals. Well, as it turns out, you can watch other channels, too. I appreciate your struggle, though. See? If I can convince Lid to be here and watch something he doesn't even care about or want to see, we can convince Helldivers to enjoy the game that they don't like. Alright, we are actually going to play games here tonight, guys. I am a content creator, so I have to create content on occasion, which is why we're covering this. I'm not going to go through the rest of Reddit after that shitstorm. We don't have enough time here, and it's going to be is fallout about nerfs. It's all it is. I can see it already. I know it's developing. That's pretty much all the threads. We don't even need to go through them. We'll wait till tomorrow to take a look at some of those. Let's see. Oh, by the way, we talked about earlier about ways of increasing difficulty. Let's do this quickly. And I installed Hades. As a way of increasing difficulty, there's all different sorts of ways of doing it to add a bunch of multiplayer or difficulty levels to the game without just all being the same. There's lots of ways you can do it, drastically increase the difficulty without making it something. We aren't playing Hades, by the way. I'm just showing something off here. Lots of ways you can do this.
Skelly, back, huh?
Without actually just like being one-sided, which I believe was right here. I played a shitload of this game. So at the end of the game, when you beat it, you come up with this, which is Pact of Punishment, which allows you to increase basically the number of skulls you have, which are an indicator. And as you can see here, there's all different sorts of things that do different things that are bonus modifiers in general. When I played the game, the one thing that really mattered, if I remember right, is extreme measures. This one changes how the bosses function, and obviously increase the heat indicator, increase the gauges by turning it on. It's actually really important. This is a big one right here. And another one is middle management, I believe, which is mini bosses it adds too. So new units. But in addition to this, in addition to the ones that were big deals and they require a significant amount of planning, and you know, adding new units to a game takes a lot of effort, right? There's a bunch of smaller ones, which are like, you could say smalls, which do different things like, you get less health back, right? There's all different sorts of things in here in which they added, essentially, like, small modifiers that then affect your character in different ways to increase the overall difficulty of the game itself. The overall difficulty of the game itself does not necessarily need to be based purely on just adding new units every single level. There's multiple different ways you can do it in different ways, and the whole reason I'm showing this, which we aren't going to go over all these, the whole reason we're showing this, here's one for time limits, by the way. The whole reason we're going over this is because when people think about difficulty, they think it's very linear. There's like one direct way of attacking everything, like just damage numbers or health pools. But there's a lot of different ways. Your game's comprised of a lot of different things that you can tweak or change to make things harder without basically just making things basically undoable, right? But either way, there's like rewards you could get for higher difficulties that give you stuff that help with like the quest lines and shit, or upgrading your weapons, all different sorts of things. It's not obviously not a directly comparable game to Helldivers, but the point being here is you can drastically increase levels without just it being something that has to be completely super thought out. And you can even let people kind of pick how they're adjusting the difficulty levels, right? You can even pick how people are doing their end game and adjusting how it affects their game itself and what they want to deal with in terms of downsides to it. The whole reason we installed Hades was just to show that off. Hades, by the way, is a fantastic game. I haven't played Hades 2 yet, but played that one years ago, and really, really enjoyed it. Was not super into roguelikes, but that one was fantastic. Okay. Holy jeebus, guys. Everyone complain about the Incinerator Breaker. It's all we saw. I mean, I could have told them. I could have told Joel. Nope, they didn't want to watch me when I'm playing Rivals. They didn't go, oh, what would happen if we just nerfed the Incinerator Breaker? Nope, they didn't come into my stream and go, oh, I'm on XYZ account. What happened if we nerfed the Incinerator Breaker? I would have told them that. We did discuss Incinerator Breaker, but I mentioned that they should disable it. Temporarily disable it. I don't know if we should do a diff 9. Or if we should go right into diff 10. They didn't want to pay my 10-cent consultation fee. Joel was too cheap to spend 10 cents on me. Ah, fuck. Or Pilz was. Here because you want to see the best of the best. I agree. My personal base, everyone has a ship. They aren't really customizable. That's one of the things we actually talked about actually being important, and they potentially should consider doing it. It's making it so the ships are more cosmetically oriented. You can spend resources on it. In addition to it being cosmetics from higher difficulties. People love cosmetics, right? I'm a legend. Alright, so they said they moved the this... Oh, okay. So you do only have one sidearm, which are these... Okay. Yeah, so they made a special category for the special sidearms, and that's it. I thought they actually had two different sidearms now where you could switch between them. You don't, you just have one. You could carry around two different sidearms. I still don't think we're going to ever get rid of the grenade pistol, even though they nerfed it. Joel felt as though he had to nerf it. You couldn't just give me extra ammo from boxes. Let's see. What got going on here? So we're playing bots last we played. Switch things up. First gonna queue into someone's random mission.
The enemy is attempting to seize one of our planets. We must join the defense.
Like garrisons? No. Don't really have any. You can upgrade your ship with little modules, but they don't really do much of anything. Oh, actually, they do just do some, but they're just very limited in how many you can get. Let's see. By the way, if you're ever thinking about this game, do not go to Reddit looking for... I don't even know where you can go anymore, like, looking for actual people, whether or not they're enjoying... Like, streams, maybe? I mean, I'm not paid to... I'm not paid. I should be paid to play it, but I'm not. .403. So Borok is a Dagobah. Crooks is a Dagobah. So Socorro is another Dagobah. On the bots, the Dagobah over here is the X45 planet. Go here and see what this is like. This looks like Dagobah.
A multitude of operations, each one a chance for freedom to ring.
Guys.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Well, let's see what's going on here. I'll do some diff 10s here after I... Oh. After we try some diff 9s. A diff 9 maybe. Scatter. People are still using Snare Breaker. They don't know. There's one guy with a plasma grenade launcher. Alright. I want to try out the AR dog because it might be viable. Yep. Give it a shot. Nice atmosphere. There is a lot they can do with the ship, just purely from a cosmetic standpoint. That they wouldn't even, they basically not need input from the game designers at all. Like, the graphical artists could literally go ham. You like people like, they like, the kind of people that make the Sims houses are the kind of people you want dressing up your ship. It doesn't even matter if you're like, thinking about the game from a logical perspective, you know? Some of it makes sense and some of it doesn't. They want to go sit in a conference room or whatever, or have a fish tank, you know? It's the kind of stuff you actually want in your game. Sims designers. Alright. Haven't played this game in like 2 weeks, guys.
Go now, and fear the shadow of neither death.
That was Blaze Dog that I just typed in. Alright.
Requesting attack.
Go faster for some reason. Right. So we have an AR dog. We'll see how long the ammo lasts for. Crooks or the Dagobah biome in I should have brought muscles. Definitely should have brought muscles. Dagobah biome has less POIs, so. Dead, bro. Corrosive biome. Fuck did the stalker come from?
Found something.
You're one on the right. Sounds so weird. That helps. Maybe they changed the sound.
Tunnel breach.
Drop some trees. Fuck's the stalker nest. Half ammo on the Laze Dog, or the Air Dog already right here. Dude, the air dog does damage. It's like the old Lays dog.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Orbital inbound.
You came back to your home? Your home's gone. Your home's gone. You should have got insurance. Why don't you get insurance for your home, huh? Yeah, fuck off.
Reinforcing.
We had the whole discussion about increasing the difficulty at existing difficulties versus... Oh, they redid this. I don't remember samples being out here.
Request approved.
So the tile for...
Requesting advance.
Down definitely sounds different. It's more hollow. They adjusted the tile for the stalker nest. The last blade.
Dropping a pin. Southwest, 100 meters.
Guys.
Requesting air support.
They have more people dying. I'm out of ammo, guys.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
How are you? That is a brood commander that looks different. Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! So we're out of... Oh, no, we aren't out. The fucking ammo indicator on the Lays dog, or the AR dog, does not fucking make sense. You think it's like your overall like capacity sometimes? I think it switches back and forth between your overall capacity and your the ammo in the air dog itself. Hey, bud. Oh my god. It's been a while, guys. Gonna hang on here.
Sending in an eagle. Calling in reinforcements.
Yeah, the audio is definitely different.
New mag. Can't liberate with this broken arm.
Yeah.
Heavy, west, close. Engaging. I'll take it. Requesting. Requesting it.
But that's for you.
In reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying.
So it didn't completely... I don't actually... once again, like, you look at the ammo gauge on the air dog. That's still fucked up.
Breach.
I don't understand it at all. It doesn't make sense at all.
Rare sample
Oh,
acquired.
oh. No.
Sending out an SOS.
I don't know if... I'm pretty sure we hit him with the 500 kg. I don't know if he just has more HP now. In shot. Still alive. So that's 3 quasars and 500 kg. There he goes. Alright, let's see. I don't even know if I need ammo. It's tough to tell exactly what's going on with the air dog right now. What the fuck was that? What do you mean? He just fucking pooped straight at me. Fuck you. I just fucking shot out his ass. I mean, it was pretty effective.
Tagging map. Southwest.
I don't think that was intentional though. All right, let's go north to the petroleum. That is.
Orbital.
There's a poo-poo tree way over there. I was dropping in as a new indicator.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Here, this, whatever this is.
Terminate
Sieve?
hive structure destroyed.
This is a sieve.
Dropping package.
You could actually just make someone in charge of actually just like a job is just for designing the ship and making it look cool. That's it.
Reinforcing.
Designing little things that they can do it in, and then someone else figures out exactly how much they should cost and links them into the pre-existing technical side of the game.
Calling down a support weapon.
All right. What the fuck? Bitch. Oh.
Package dropping package.
Explosive.
We've got equipment. Package dropping package.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Sending in an eagle.
Fuck, it's the green shit. Oh, it's the
Orbital inbound.
new fucking. Oh, we just killed him instantly. Yeah. That's the new Charger, guys. Well, he's dead.
Tagging location. Heavy west.
Don't worry, I'm sure Reddit's going to be complaining about them soon enough. He's invisible. I can't see him at all. I actually need.
I need supplies. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Oh, we're going to leave that.
Sending in an eagle.
So we got an extra smoke, and then. What?
Package acquired. Dropping package.
So that one's bugged out. That's weird.
Fire in the hole.
This is the first time I've ever seen a Seaf round that's unpick-upable. That's fucking weird.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever actually seen a Seaf round that I can't interact with. That's really weird.
Dropping a pin. North. Far. Dropping a pin. Southwest.
I got the terminal.
200 meters.
Yep. Need ammo. I need meds too.
Liberty dispensed.
Sending in an eagle.
Chop some trees.
Requesting orbital.
Alright.
Bug outpost spotted.
Chop some more trees.
Air support.
Terminate.
There's the mega.
Sending in an eagle.
Okay. Ow. Okay, we're dead.
Calling in reinforcements.
Well, you didn't have to go over there and just kill me. Wow. Well, I guess we don't need
Requesting air support.
we don't need more ammo anymore.
Ready to liberate.
All right, or meds. All right, let's go north.
Calling down a sentry.
Oh, buddy. MMR, guys. MMR. Imagine them putting MMR in the game.
Requesting air support.
You can't play at higher difficulty if you can't perform. If only the game was easier, I could play at higher difficulty. I know. It's a conundrum, isn't it?
Orbital inbound.
Heavy, on my position.
So it looks like this is slightly tweaked version of Dagobah. There's more mist. More mist. It seems like there's less mountainous areas, just like tree lines that you can't get through. But also seems like there's less trees and the trees are smaller.
Sending in an eagle.
Sending in an eagle.
That is new. My stuff. I thought that was actually
Reinforcing.
Calling in reinforcements.
Heavy. On my position.
Eagle 1 rearming.
done that a while ago, guys.
Heavy. Southeast. Close.
You seem to react exactly the same way as
Permanent outpost destroyed.
Broom Commanders.
On my position.
Bow barrel.
Engaging terminal.
Pipes.
Heavy. I got the terminal. Close.
Do some pipes. Let's see. On here. Keep row.
Bugs. Engaging terminal.
Yep.
I'm on it.
I reloaded early so I could get access
I'm
to
on it.
faster reload.
Calling in reinforcements.
But
Sending in an eagle.
no. Got it.
On my position.
What?
I'm on it.
There we go.
Liberty
Fuck you.
dispensed.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Heavy. I got the terminal. On my position.
Still need ammo for my air dog. I could potentially just drop a new one in, by the way. This looks like a large hive. Do that. I don't know if it's empty or if it's... I don't actually know what the ammo state is on it right now. Hey guys, you got some shit going on here. That's for you guys.
Throwing grenade. New mag.
Dropping a pin. West. Close.
I believe there's some ammo here. Let's pick some up. Stop it.
Requesting air support.
Oh my god, too close. We're done, we're done. Fuck you, bitch. So those things recover from getting shot a lot faster than normal Brood Commanders do.
Calling in reinforcements. Sending
I
in
know
an
we're
eagle.
close to my body.
Democracy has landed.
North.
Bug tunnel breach.
An eagle.
Well, first game tonight, we already have someone with a plasma grenade launcher. Interesting. It was starting to catch on after using it for 2 months. Starting to catch on. The allure. Sound definitely sounds different.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting sentry.
Requesting air support.
Requesting air support.
Heavy. South. Close.
Bro. Yep. You have no idea what's going on? Good. Imagine what would happen if you actually played the game. Even better.
Reloading.
Bitch. It looks like they could shoot sideways. Or they shoot really close to where they are. Is.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Sending in an eagle.
Fire in the hole!
Supplies.
Sending in
Not
an
sure why it
eagle.
makes your screen so red when you get hit now. It doesn't look like it does more damage. It's like you're getting debuffed or something.
Have a taste of democracy!
Bug outpost
On.
destroyed.
Ammo here? No.
Reinforcing.
Let's see. Actually, I don't remember if this one ever had ammo. One of the mediums does. This is actually heavy.
Bugs. Supplies.
Terminate outpost purged.
Or reverb on the announcer, too. Let's see. And they should be doing the ICBM, and for some reason they're not doing the ICBM, and instead are,
Tagging map. South. 200 meters. Tagging map. South. 200 meters.
doing side
back.
objectives. But he's gonna get too close too fast.
Tagging map. South. 100 meters.
Dead. Bitch.
Last reload!
That bounced. No, we might be dead. Oh, we're fine.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Bug tunnel breach!
Definitely seem more tanky than normal, crap.
Requesting air support!
Calling in reinforcements.
We should go south.
You will never destroy our way of
Request
life!
approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Well, our teammates are dying. That's a good thing, right? Let's go south and do the silo. Pick up samples, too. I still have that chip damage in the game where you get hit by, like, little bits of the spew, even though it doesn't hit you. We're trying. There.
Sending
There.
in an eagle!
I might hit a tree, though. Yep. Bug report.
I'm sorry. Calling down a sentry. Objective located.
Uh-huh.
Requesting air support.
Means you have to give it a little bit more leeway, so you don't get hit by the spittle, or a little chip damage from the spittle. It's love killing Bile Titans, so we'll just kite them past their teammates. Pretty good.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. Far.
Green MVP. Ah, it's me! They're talking about me! Oh my god, guys, I'm the MVP! Someone noticed me! There's awareness? Someone notices that I'm doing things? No way. No way.
Supplies.
They actually use that.
I'll take it.
Once again, this mission has almost no POIs. The Dagobah biome has almost no POIs, so it's unlikely we'll be able to actually find anything other than the drop pod. Very atmospheric, this one is for sure. This is their newer biome that they added maybe 2 months ago, which is different from the early biome. Like, they played that out super hard. It removed my POI, or my, I'll hug you. I didn't come over here to hug you. What do you think of here? Not resupplies. Did you eat my resupplies? Oh no, it's right here.
Last reload.
So, longevity of the air dog much higher than it used to be. Let's get rid of that. That's for you guys. I'm gonna leave. Boop. Cosmetic POI. They added a bunch of POIs to the game that aren't POIs. They don't have like stuff in them. They're just there for like little cosmetics, like that guy right there. There's no boxes added or samples. They're just there and they're slightly different than the normal terrain. Like, you can almost call them mini POIs if you want. They added that a while ago though.
Calling an extraction.
Oh.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
We could have just ran to the pad for cooldown on the resupply.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Oh, that's an autocannon. That's not my friend.
Got a sample.
What's wrong with the mesh of my character? Notice how I'm shimmering right now? Noticed it earlier.
Calling down supplies.
Weird lighting or shadow bugs. Bug report. A good thing I didn't type that in.
Sending in an eagle.
This is where an autocannon should be, guys. In front of your team so that it doesn't kill your team.
You man. Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting air support.
Coming in hot. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Stop it.
Landing zone.
Stop it.
Helldivers never die.
Okay.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Alrighty. Pretty good. Wasn't my doing. Maybe it was? Thought mine was pretty deep in there. Unless it bounced.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Didn't check to see. It's going to take us a couple runs with AR Doug to figure out whether or not he's out of ammo. It's pretty easy to figure out pretty early on. The AR Doug was not working like For half this mission, I would say Air Dog wasn't even doing anything. We're out of ammo, but I could have, at that point, I could have dropped in a new one and been fine too. So. You guys are awfully happy. They must not have looked at Reddit. Didn't you know you're not supposed to be able to have fun while playing this game? How dare you? How dare you? Obviously not a Redditor. Because you can't have fun after the patch. Dude, Reddit is such a shit show tonight. Like, holy fuck.
Always good.
Yeah, exactly what Vlad said. Exactly. Ah. Oh. 300 kills to begin with. Good.
All these samples will help fund upgrades to the Super Destroyer.
You can't have fun, guys, because Reddit says the game's not fun anymore, so. Alright, let's try Diff 10. Warm-up's done. See how Diff 10 is. Play against the Aardvark.
Liberty's enemies march ever closer.
Complete Helldive operation to unlock. Oh, we gotta do the fucking chain. So it doesn't remember that I've done the chain already.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission coordinates. Engaging orbital thrusters.
I didn't look at the billboard. I didn't know I needed to still unlock difficulty again. You'd think it would have remembered that I've been playing the game for like the last 4 months. 5, actually longer than that, 8 months on Diff 9.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Let's see. Just thinking about the best way of doing this. What the best way of doing this is. Take.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Take. Gonna take.
Orbit synchronized.
On triangles. Oh, he's gonna fucking take the placebo perk. I really hope that one, by the way, we talked about that, this one that reduces the patrol spawn rate. I hope that's actually just a placebo. Like, it doesn't actually do anything. All it is a placebo. Like, that's it. Of any perk, of any booster, that would be permissible if that was a placebo and it just doesn't do anything.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Alright, bye.
Launch initiated.
I think the host just kicked him. I should have stayed with the last group. I completely forgot we had to complete the chain. What happened?
All the galaxy looks to you for
No. I think that's a Shrike nest? Yeah. Actually, we don't even need to do this. I can literally just run up to it and drop a hell bomb and arm it, and it doesn't even matter what happens up to that point. Well, I mean, I'll die, but... Yeah, it's stuck in the trees? Kind of looks that way, doesn't it? Poor Shrike's in the trees. If only Joel used flow field pathfinding.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Yeah. Do you think Joel actually just made this better, or do you think the hell bomb now has less HP, so it blows up better? It blows up. That'd be kind of an asshole thing to do.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
I could totally see Joel's doing that. Is legit.
Sending in an eagle.
The hell bomb has 10 HP. Oh, so it just instantly explodes.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting air support.
Requesting air support.
Chop some trees.
Requesting air support.
You're dead.
Sending in an eagle. Get some. I got the terminal.
Dead.
Requesting air support.
I believe this does not have ammo in it.
Calling down a sentry.
It'd be nice if there's a box somewhere, but I don't think there is. Usually it's like 3, yeah. All, it's gone. New radar dish layout. Newer.
Inbound.
Like 3-month-old or 4-month-old radar dish.
Sending in an eagle.
Trees? Done.
I'm on it.
Not even.
Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated.
Alright, let's go do
Liberty dispatch.
this guy right away.
I've got the package.
Yeah.
Requesting air support.
Here comes the cavalry.
Have a taste of democracy.
I'm rolling on the ground. Yep. Dead. Dead. Stop that. Stop that.
I got the terminal. Sample collect.
Coordinated jump, maybe.
Two mag.
Live structure destroyed.
Oh. I mean, if the air dog is dependent on ammo, like, it shouldn't really have the same down phase as the laze dog, but it does. It just goes and sits there for a little bit. Not coordinated flight.
Sample collected. Engaging terminal.
Bug outpost.
I got the terminal.
Sending in an eagle.
Ow!
Requesting sentry.
Oh, wait, what the fuck? Why is this here? I thought it's only a diff 10.
Today.
Oh, wait. Go away. Go away.
New mag.
Fucking far away can those tentacles... Okay. Where the fuck's the head? How do you find the head? Okay. Stop that.
Bug outpost destroyed.
Last reload. Throwing grenade.
Hey, bud. Oh, it's dead. Well, that works. Good line of sight, like right about here.
Sending
Like
in
that.
an eagle.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Boop! Oh, he tripped, guys. I thought those were only on diff 10. Oh, fucking teammates basically are out of amp. Oh, we have POIs because we got the radar dish. Once again, radar is very important, and I do feel as though it should be on every map. Boink.
I'm on it.
Go grab some POIs. Maybe. I won ping them. They aren't calling you in, you ping them. Do it. Push the button. In the middle of nowhere, too. Oh, yeah, I can call you in. You're gonna be across the map, though.
Calling in reinforcements.
Right here.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Get off my ammo, bitch.
New mag.
Not enough. Let's go north. Pretty good. Lovely.
Dropping package.
Project 626. I have no idea what that is.
Requesting orbital.
We didn't even read down.
Package acquired.
Hold everything.
Got a sample.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Thank you. Okay.
Reloading.
Oh, dead.
Dropping package.
Ready. Solve CAPTCHA, guys, for TikTok. There we go. Ah, Lilo and Stitch. I've never watched Lilo and Stitch. Ever. Although it's kind of an iconic... Oh, butt plug. Iconic Disney film.
Rare sample acquired.
Package acquired.
Alright, let's go blow up a nest.
Dropping package.
Bug outpost spotted.
Empty nest.
Reloading.
Joel, this is still an issue. Why are we at an empty nest?
Objective complete.
How about a nice cup of liver tea? Fire in the hole. Another sample
Acquired.
collected.
Dropping package.
There's sample.
Mission
New
30
voice line?
minutes remaining.
Ish.
Package
Well,
acquired. Dropping
last 2
package.
weeks, new voice line. Yeah, Joel just randomly taking my ammo for my grenade pistol for no real reason, other than we can't just give them extra rounds from the ground. We got to take away their max capacity. What did the grenade pistol do to you? What did the grenade pistol do? I know a lot of people use it. They use it because it closes holes. That's the only reason. It's not super OP. It just does what it's supposed to well. You give up a secondary for it.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Right, well, you can patch and they'll be swarming. I hope so. This game has a problem with the game being too easy, so... Hope that's actually the case. Bro. Who is the fucking briefcase? Bugged?
Dropping package.
Oh, no. They're already done already. Okay, never mind. I hope so. It used to be that way. Then Reddit got everything nerfed, and they legit nerfed the fucking... They nerfed the Incendiary Breaker to try and get people to use something else in the game, because Incendiary Breaker honestly isn't that great. It's just everyone was using it. And everyone just flipped the Monopoly board. Like, legit just flipped the Monopoly board.
Bug outpost!
There's totally a poop.
Last reload!
There's totally a poo-poo tree. Oh no, it's not a poo-poo tree. That guy. Different? You just Stop it.
Sending in an eagle. Calling in orbital strike.
Rare sample acquired.
Bug out.
I mean, it does. Oh, it does explode too.
Sending in an eagle. Calling
Excuse me.
in sentry.
Out of ammo.
It does feel like something like this should leave behind. You see this acid in the ground, it should hurt you for a little bit while it's on the ground.
Reinforcement.
You'd expect that from acid bugs, right? Just leaving behind a puddle of goo for a little bit. Here every day, Joel. Every day. Well, except for the last 2 weeks because I was on vacation playing other games that are fun,
Requesting air support.
Ah, he's breakdancing, guys. South.
Requesting orbital.
All right. Compared to the last match, these guys aren't dying at all, by the way. The little poo-poo cloud flyer. I think the poo-poo cloud for the...
Calling in reinforcements.
The poo-poo cloud for the... Charger is green compared to the kind of yellowish poo-poo cloud from the tree. At least from what it seems like so far.
Reinforcing.
But
Requesting air support.
B2 should be fine, hopefully. No. Orange might die if it goes in right now. Got some leg. Whoop, 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 whoop. No, no. Got some aggro hunters.
Requesting air support.
Too close.
Sending in an eagle. Bug tunnel free.
Extraction is available.
Sending in an
Alright.
Dropping package.
It does seem like there's less bugs. There's less bugs, but they seem to be a little bit more lethal. Bud,
Right on target. Calling in orbital.
where have I seen that before? Yeah, you're making a giant shit cloud. I need you to go away.
Requesting air support.
Hurry up. Can I get you to smile for the camera, Charger Chan? I know you're kind of a mess. You're a hot mess, one could even say. How are you still alive? I know. How is this? Okay. What? There should be some more ammo here. Let's check real quick. Unless the other guy gobbled it all already. Box right there and right there. Gobbled it all, guys. It's gone. Alright, let's go south. This is Swamp Planet? Yeah, it's been in the game for a while. It's been in the game for about 2 months. I guess they wanted to reiterate that there was a new Swamp Planet. This is the Dagobah. I think they changed it slightly.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Quick! He's the one! I remember him! He's the one we all hate! Call for backup immediately! Helldiver Wick is here!
Tunnel breach.
Oh, they stole my samples, guys. You won't like me when they steal my samples. Powered up, this legit sounds like the Biletine's powering up when he comes out of the ground.
Sending in an eagle.
The ammo indicator for the air dog, like, they could literally fix issues with it if they gave it 2 ammo indicators. One for overall capacity, one for what's in the mech, or in the air dog. It doesn't really even matter. It doesn't really matter. All you need to see is overall capacity at the very least. It goes back and forth between what's in the mag and... between what's in the mag and, like, ammo reserves. Or maybe it's just what's in the mag. No, you don't want to go there. Very least it needs to show overall capacity, though.
Tagging location. Cancel that. Northeast. Heavy. Northeast. 50 meters. Reloading.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Eat that. Requesting advanced weaponry. How'd you like to taste of freedom? Requesting air support.
Ah. I love turrets. They make me feel very safe. Fuck did my cluster bomb go? Yep.
Sending in an eagle.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Calling in reinforcements.
Fuck.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Think they're gonna leave if I just go up here and try to grab this guy's samples? It's always a shit show. It's always a fucking shit show.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Whether or not they're gonna leave or not. Guy, I swear to God, that guy just went further north and grabbed, like, dropped his samples up even further north than he was when we were in Peston.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Reloading.
Log tunnel breach. Requesting orbital strike.
Good. Guy in the tree line?
Calling down a sentry.
Freer got stuck.
Reinforcing.
Good. Hey, bud. They're fine. We have so many reinforcements left. I know you have a green laser. It's great. I wish I had a green laser too.
Reinforcing.
Oh yeah, the stolen. Yeah, they're 100% stolen. Yeah, no one. They aren't shared at all. Yeah, for sure. There's still occasionally people that I don't know if they're memeing or not, but there's people that seem to actually think that the samples aren't shared. Occasionally, you still run into that.
Requesting sentry.
And we legit could actually just
Calling in orbital strike.
everything's could actually just go into the ship.
Requesting air support.
Actually, there's samples at the
How'd you like to hear me breathing?
bro. That is.
Reloading.
A lot of things going on here, guys, and I don't think the things that are going to kill us are actually the bugs. Oh. I stand corrected! Yeah, so apparently the slowdown is actually less of a joke than it used to be. Alright. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Don't you dare! What are the samples? Did some pick them up already?
Countdown
Yeah.
initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Alright.
Marking extraction point.
What? The fuck are they doing? Why are you throwing stratagems on top of the ship? Bro. What the fuck is that? They killed themselves. They legit actually killed themselves. All they had to do was run into the ship. All they had to do was run into the ship. That's it. And instead they threw stratagems on the ship. I don't know if those were extract stratagems or what there was going on there. Like, hey, let's throw the stratagem on the ship, guys, and do the, you know, the cinematic extraction. Yeah. Just watching him run over, get stuck on the platform, and fall over in front of the ramp. Oh well. GG, guys. Let's see. So that was the first one in 3 lineup.
Destroyer.
The Super Destroyer is ready for your next mission.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital
Ready.
thrusters.
You know what we should do, actually? Let's change this a second here. I got a better idea.
That galaxy awaits your salvation.
Mission coordinates. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Hey, the defrost sound, guys, before I actually defrosted. What? AFK. On the first mission in the chain. Could have been done already, guys. Could have been done already.
Greetings, Helldiver. The galactic war awaits.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission coordinates. Allied engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
I don't think there's any way to tell what part of the chain they're on without actually knowing. Evacuate. Ah, he has the piss armor. Good for him.
Launch initiated.
Very yellow. I mean golden. Golden yellow, one could almost say. Ready. You have to complete a whole set of tier... Yeah, it's exactly the same way you have to level up normally. And regardless of how long you've played the Diff 9 missions for, apparently it doesn't count. You know. Rather red set, yeah, the golden cut, like, they could have used metallic gold and they didn't. Talked a bit about that. It's not really golden, is it? They had a lot of room to make something like kind of like Warhammer and they didn't do it.
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands. Do not let them fall.
Freedom requires
Like, you know, metallic colors tend to be more militaristic in general.
Bug tunnel free! Air support.
Democracy's on its way.
Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling in orbital strike.
Oh my god.
Orbital inbound. Requesting air support.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Pulling ammo.
Sending in an eagle.
Yeah, the Eradicate missions, you couldn't bring the bugs for Eradicate. The mechs for Eradicate. I don't play Eradicate much because they're usually relatively boring.
Requesting air support. Bug tunnel free.
But
Requesting air support.
we aren't playing right now to have fun. We're on business.
Bring payload.
Probably one of the few places where
Sending in an eagle.
mechs still work is on Eradicate defense missions. Well, maybe not defense missions. Depends on which one you're talking about. Like evacuate with the gates. You can still bring mechs on, maybe, although it'd run out of ammo pretty fast. X need buffs. They're just kind of poopy.
Requesting orbital strike. Reloading.
But all right.
Requesting air support.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Problem's killing me. Appreciate it.
Ready to liberate.
Where he's going. Not where we want to be. Stop. Stop. Bad dog.
New mag. Ending in an eagle.
Yep.
Reinforcing. Ready to liberate.
You know, it'd be kind of interesting for a new, like... That's gonna kill me. That's 100% gonna kill me.
Requesting air support.
Bro.
Calling in reinforcements.
Bro.
Calling in reinforcements.
Bro.
Joining the
What'd be interesting for an enemy type is one that's relatively immune to basically...
Orbital inbound.
stratagems. I guess depending on which stratagem you're using, some enemies are, right? But you specifically have to... What? What?
Calling in reinforcements.
I could have ran out into the dead man's area and been fine, too. Depending on what kind of stratagem you're talking about, right? Like a Bile Titan isn't immune to it, or a Charger's immune to it.
Moving outside the mission area.
But if it's just something you had to pick apart and doesn't actually, like, kind of like a turtle,
Requesting air support.
doesn't really do much, you know, besides... Bro, what the fuck is going on here?
You will never destroy our way of life.
Warning, you are leaving the mission
Oh my God.
area.
I fucking hate my teammates, I really do. I am... All my deaths has been so far to my teammates. Every single one of my deaths has been to teammates.
Orbital inbound. Sending in an eagle.
Point me to the enemy.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support.
Requesting orbital strike.
Fine.
Calling in reinforcements.
Good.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
I don't think I can get up here, can I? I can get up here.
Support.
Sending in an eagle.
Calling down a sentry. Orbital inbound.
How the fuck did that kill me? It was so far away, what do you mean? What?
Calling down supply.
500 is so fucking random sometimes?
Freedom marches onward.
That's like fucking like 5 deaths or something to this. That's fucking hilarious. Excuse me.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Shuttle inbound.
Alright.
This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
Squish. Squish. A squish. Excuse me. I need my comments, even though I'm full on resources. What?
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
I guess he had to go to where I was? Okay.
Marking extraction point.
Launch countdown complete. We have to leave now. Extraction complete.
You gotta be kidding me. Because he wanted to min-max? Bro.
You have
Come
maintained
on.
your way of life.
Like, you don't need 10 samples that bad. The reason I went up there is because I knew I had samples on the ground. Ah, funny shit. I agree. And it's the first one in the chain. Everyone's on the first fucking mission in the chain. Why is this, guys? Why is this? Tell me. Tell me why. Tell me why. What does min-max mean? It means you try to go to the end of a logarithmic curve in terms of return on your investment in whatever it is to the best of your possible ability, including time and usually mechanics, oftentimes to the point at which it's just not even worth
Welcome
doing it.
aboard, Helldiver. We can never have too many heroes fighting.
Very popular in MMOs where you talk about best in slot. Best in slot might not even be that big of a difference between something that isn't best in slot and something that's best in slot. It's just something someone put through a spreadsheet somewhere or in their mind, and it turns into the best enemy you can possibly have in the game. Best in slots usually aren't even like people just regard as the best item, but it's not. It's oftentimes just controversial or something that like doesn't even matter. Means something to someone somewhere. Do this instead. Actually, I lied.
Innocents perish with every wasted second. We must.
I think tomorrow, guys, we're going to do our own chain.
Destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
I completely forgot that we actually have to do. I'm just trying to RNG into a last mission, and it's not happening.
Orbit synchronized.
In the curve. It's just at the far end of the curve. Let's see.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Tank mines? Oh my god. Was he
Launch
cheating?
initiated.
Today, the
Good evening,
light of
Rulus.
liberty will grace the skies of this world
Let's see.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down support weapon.
I think I just fucking blew up one of my
Calling
turrets.
down supplies.
Bro, what do you mean? I threw that far enough away. Fuck off.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldivers.
Alright. Don't worry, I'm totally not just gonna push the button and blow up all your mines with my 120.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
What the fuck is going on here?
I'll handle the terminal.
Mine's just as effective as it used to be, guys. Which is to say, not effective at all.
Mag's empty. Mag's empty.
This one's a pretty boring one, by the way. Maybe this is actually the wrong one to do. This is why we don't do the 15-minute missions, by the way.
Mag's empty.
Oh.
Heavy. South. 50 meters. How'd you like to take some freedom? Reloading! How about a nice cup of liver tea? Mag's empty. Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
It's gonna fucking kill me.
Reloading!
No. Turret's gonna kill me.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver. Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Always down a sentry.
Apparently I wasn't underneath it.
Reinforced.
Oh, look, my game crashed. Maybe the guy that was hosting was cheating. That would be, yeah. That would explain the other guys crashing, too. And why that guy didn't have a loadout when we left. Cheating can cause all sorts of weird fucking issues, including crashing, guys. It turns out, guys, there is not an API for cheating. They don't just cleanly connect to the game code and decide to change values in it that they aren't supposed to change. Well, fun.
Allied coordinates locked. Mission coordinates. Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Off we go again, guys. Throw those dice.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Hey! Done the last mission, guys.
Orbit synchronized.
What about here?
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Blaze Dog instead.
Launch initiated.
Alright, off we go. Took the Laze Dog because we probably aren't going to be able to reload it. It's going to be a shit show, so.
Calling in orbital strike. Bug tunnel breach. Orbital inbound. Requesting orbital.
Good. Gonna get wait for what? They play Marvel Rivals? Yes, they did. We took a break from Helldivers 2 during the interim. Played Rivals because the playtest ended basically yesterday. We also played Mecha Break yesterday.
Request approved.
Doop
Deploying
doo.
reinforcements.
Ow. Bruh. Bruh. Sure.
Requesting air support.
Coming in hot.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Probably. I had a little short stint where I tried to play Black Panther. I was trying out different heroes, and Black Panther was one of the last ones we played. We played Magic after Black Panther. I think I played him for like 3 or 4 games before I called it quits on him. He just didn't have the damage output even when you combo properly to do things. And if healers are watching, basically they shut you down immediately.
Orbital inbound.
Yeah, I played a decent amount of Storm. She's one of the basically the most viable flying hero right now. Both Crimson Witch as well as
Say hello to democracy. New man.
Iron Man. Both need to be tweaked. They're not really that great. And even Storm, it's not even about doing damage with her as much as helping your teammates out with their buff auras. Could be fun. Looking forward to playing the next. Depending on where we are in Helldivers 2, playing the next playtest.
Calling in reinforcements.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldivers.
That's always a good sign where they talk about you feeding and then just going and playing really, really fucking good afterwards.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh! Hey, look, guys, it's the Aardvark. Where the fuck is the Aardvark?
Allied destroyer joining squadron.
Aardvark, guys, we gotta find the head. I don't know how you're supposed to locate the head. This is the weird shit about this. Like, there's a head here somewhere, right?
Bug tunnel breach.
Where it is, though. Like, how are you supposed to find the head? Just run around randomly?
Fire in the hole.
Oh. Hey, bud. That's for you.
Requesting orbital.
Right there. Have fun. Can it actually attack normally? I don't know if it can outside of its tentacle attack.
Deploying reinforcements.
Good.
Feels good.
Take that. Wait, why didn't that give me... There we go. I'll have to.
Sending in an eagle.
Back up.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Plagued out? Someone crashed. No, he's just stuck. And 2-tap. Is that a new guy?
Requesting orbital.
And fuck you. Grab that. Pretty good.
Requesting orbital strike.
How about a nice cup of liver tea? What is
Okay, hit the leg. Fine, we're fine, guys. She's not fine. That's not what we want to chase us around, guys.
Calling in reinforcements. Heavy. West. Close.
Dead.
Bug tunnel breach!
Plank. Stole his clout.
Orbital inbound! Calling in reinforcements! Throwing supply beacon! Calling in orbital strike!
Good. This game would be indeed amazing if it was Warhammer. Yep. The first 2 months of this game, I asked for a Warhammer DLC. Like, where they just replace everything in the game with the closest possible Warhammer unit. Voice lines. Yeah. First 2 months, I asked for a DLC. I paid $60 for it. The game is $40. I'd pay $60 for the DLC that just replaces units with Warhammer units.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Still would. I think there's a lot of people that would pay that. Alright. Well, I guess it still works from the front. Kill me.
Orbital inbound.
Bro, why the fuck are you... on top? Exactly. I guess that was off and it still hit him?
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Okay.
Democracy has landed.
Yeah.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete.
Off we go, guys.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Victory was never in doubt.
We did manage to RNG into third chain mission. Just took a while. It would legit would have been faster if all I did was do the chain myself. I didn't know I needed to do the chain though. Good, good, good. Eh. Uh-huh. That's it, don't matter, because it's an eradicate.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Enough.
You unlock it? Do I have to do my mission? Like, when the game first came out, you didn't need to do them yourself. That would be ridiculous if you had to do them yourself, because no one would want to actually play in other people's missions.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The super destroyer is yours.
Hi.
You're here. The galaxy awaits your salvation.
Hey. Fantastic. Let's restart just to make sure it sticks. Ah, lovely. I don't think we have enough time for a 40-minute mission here, guys. Let's see.
Allied coordinates locked.
Alright. Let's take a peek here. We already got an aardvark on a diff 9, so aardvarks are still in diff 9.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Yeah.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Down there, man. Tomorrow, however, we will have more than enough time to do diff 10 all day. Well, assuming Reddit isn't just... Reddit's going to absolutely be a shit show for the next week. There are so many people freaking out about an Incendiary Breaker. That's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Ah. Yeah? Did we just get kicked out? Alright.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission coordinates. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Pretty good.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
It's going to take a little bit to, maybe even a couple days to get a grasp on how the difficulties work right now. I was going to say democracy.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Your goddamn
Engaging
pod.
orbital thrusters.
Get in your pod.
Allied destroyer
Right now.
has left squadron.
Team people? All I wanted to do was play like one extra mission, guys. That was it.
Allied destroyer has left squadron. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Hellpod launch suspended.
Okay. I was going to do one more, guys. Unfortunately, it's going to take longer and longer and longer. I'm not going to sit around for people fucking around. We're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Tonight will be more Helldivers 2, as we'll be continuing on with expansion, just DLC. That's not even DLC, the patch, as well as the DLC coming out in a couple days. Interested in how the firearm functions. And video up tonight, guys, for my thoughts on the patch notes and talking about different things, including the response from the community, which is pretty hilarious to say the least. But that's nothing outside the ordinary for Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is a fun and fantastic game, guys. Absolutely fantastic game. Very, very fun. Very, very, very fun. In so many different ways. We're going to call things here for this evening, though, guys. Tonight will be definitely more of the Helldivers 2. If you are new to streaming, enjoy the bullshit, enjoy the fun, make sure to follow button on your select platform and stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North America time. I do stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. It depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. Yeah, new videos up on the tubes concerning the latest patch and stuff in it. I actually thought there was going to be more content in it, but I think a lot of it was mainly due to the fact that they just got back from their vacation, so it was actually like a legitimate, like, month-long vacation for most people, so... limited, I guess, stuff and things going on there. The AR drone, or the AR dog, seems to be kind of alright now. I'm not exactly sure. That's going to take more playing around with it to kind of get a baseline for how it functions. Incinerator I have not touched. I don't really use Incinerator, though, in and of itself, and I'm not exactly sure whether or not it's even going to be viable or not. I'm not exactly sure. There's better ways that could have actually tackled it, getting people to use other weapons. It's not even because other weapons suck and the Incinerator's that OP. It's just, like, everyone's just using Incinerator, so, yeah. Yeah, guys. Alrighty, but we're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Tonight will be Helldivers Diff 10, I guess. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.